everyone.
Hello and welcome to Tales of Temple Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I'm your dungeon master for Avress the Shattered World here on the Temple Tankard Discord server and YouTube channels. We are picking up where we left off here. We are going to be down one person. Ask is dealing with some uh, difficult situations with air conditioning in a very hot climate. So, is having to deal with that right now, unfortunately. So, if he can join us later on, he will. Otherwise, we will carry on with Esk being a tag along for a bit. But when we last left the group, they were scattered across the land. They had returned from Drakal after learning the fate of what had happened in the aftermath of destroying dispatching the grasping void, and they had traveled back first to Port Oris and dropping off a couple folks there. Lucas, Grim, and Esk stayed in Port Oris while the rest of the crew headed back over to Raven's Crest. Um, at that point, after a quick stop off checking with folks here, Thora the next day decided to head down to Shorehaven to go check in with family down there, where she is from, and Amethyst went off to spend time with Elia, and um, some some shopping was done, some inquiries were done. Grimbar is buying a house along with a detachable portable tower, which Lucas also happens to have one of those as well, an instant fortress that can be arranged there. But Grim's house will be set up there to basically have a detachable like addition to the house there. So that's being worked on as we speak. Um, uh, Elia, moonbeamed Amethyst because Amethyst showed up in the middle of the woods there, completely unannounced and surprising a high level druid in the middle of doing her work at nighttime in the forest there. So got moonbeamed just a bit. Um, and Thora, upon reaching Shorehaven, was arrested at the gates by the guards of Shorehaven as Thora, I guess, had left some unfinished business in her hometown that immediately caught up with her upon her arrival. So we pick up right there with the group sort of spread out and doing everything else, and we'll go ahead and start off uh, with Thora, as that is sort of probably the most pressing thing, at least. Thora,
You say so.
you are confronted by the two main guard gates, and very quickly they call for reserves, and it's not like a whole detachment of soldiers comes rushing there, but some more are essentially step out into view that have crossbows, not aimed but loaded, um, and some other folks there just sort of like watching the gate there. So you see the presence there. So
Well, I'm just gonna dismiss my horse and kind of stand there waiting to be told what they want me to do.
one of the crossbowmen sort of like, and then kind of the other one looks at him like this, kind of glares at him like, calm down. Um, well, upon arrival, there is a warrant out for your arrest, and
Well,
well, it has not been that long, according to the assignment here, it's been less than a year since you absconded with the Lord Bartlewich's personal property, along with some other indiscretions.
other indiscretions?
Well, I don't have the full details. It just says other indiscretions on here as well. So, we
Okay.
don't.
Well, do what you must.
Yeah. Well, he like moves up to you with like he's really one of the guards kind of nervously like, well, come along. If you make any move toward your weapons, we'll have to do something about that.
I have no intention of touching them.
Excellent, excellent. Upon reaching the facility, you may be relieved of those weapons.
Good luck. I'm not gonna do anything, but this one doesn't leave my side. And I'll walk.
It can, but
Yes, it can. The cloud strike is not leaving my side.
okay. Well, In that case, you are escorted, essentially not too far. Actually, the main guardhouse courthouse is actually nearby. Is only about like 3 or 4 blocks in from the main city. There's actually a town square with one of the large buildings there, and it's been a while since you've been here.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like a lot longer than it's really been, but it seems a little buildings seem a little bit smaller to you. They seem a little bit dingier to you. Not bad. Shorehaven is very much um, a lot of buildings made from carved stone. You know, the stone quarries all along the coast. There's a lot of sandstone, a lot of shaped and placed stone. Um, there's just a very much a almost like a stacked bunch of boxes is what the houses the buildings tend to look like. There's just this it's fairly crowded, but what you felt to be like massive buildings, having been in Port Oris, you realize these aren't that big. I mean, 4 stories, maybe five on some of the larger ones there, as opposed to Port Oris, which that's the average size. Um, so you kind of move along there, and the city streets are busy. It's afternoon, and so there's lots of people moving around back and forth. There are cobblestones streets and various carts being wheeled back and forth there. And you know, this is sort of a network, almost like a warren of streets in there. Kind of goes out toward, this town square area here, and then continues on toward the docks area, where there's kind of splits off into a whole section that's obviously like Navy. There's lots of docks with Gervon Navy war ships, transport and warships
Mm-hmm.
out there, and then down into the warehouse district where a lot of docks are there for loading and unloading of goods, where your family has the most interest. You're sort of down in this kind of the south, um, uh, kind of the southwestern portion of the city there. So you kind of find yourself kind of like looking off in that direction there. But you are taken into a really squat 2-story building. It's kind of wide and almost like a shoebox kind of looking thing, with just little windows here and there, and a bit of a domed roof on top there. And you are escorted in. Um, and by this point, there's some other soldiers. Some people have run ahead, and some other soldiers are there, also at the ready, but not like weapons drawn or anything else, but just sort of like there to make there as you're sort of walked into the building. Um, you are brought off to kind of a waiting area. It's not very large, just kind of benches there, one window in the side wall, and you're asked to sit down there for a moment there until um, uh, the um, uh, the magistrate in question will come out to speak with you and determine next actions. The guards just going to take up post there, and you're expected to sit down for the moment there.
I will sit.
They
What
they
exactly are you asking me to hand over?
I don't have the guards.
Mm.
We just have a warrant that says you stole property
Right,
and
right. But you
yeah.
wanted me to hand over weapons. So,
Oh,
like, exactly are you asking me to
at
hand over?
nothing at this time. We have no place to put that just yet. So it's just all just wait
Okay.
here for a moment. That will be assuming you are taken back to a holding area. That will be when everything is taken care of.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so you're kind of waiting there for a time, just kind of twiddling your thumbs.
Oh no,
Um,
I'm playing with the necklace. I guarantee it.
Okay,
Is
you
it?
got the necklace out
Yeah.
there, you kind of play with there.
Yeah. Yep.
No one seems
Mhm,
to know. Um,
mm-mm. They don't know.
the fact that you're kind of playing with something and that's what spellcasters do and things like that, and um,
Oh
the
yes.
guys with the crossbows are sort of like kind of like they don't again not like pointed at you, but they're ready and they're sort of like you can see kind of like getting ready to do like watching carefully their
Do I
eyes.
notice that they are getting fidgety?
Yeah, yeah, it's not
Then
hard to notice.
I'll probably apologize and stop playing with it, and then go
Okay.
to picking fingers or whatever.
Sure, he's gonna start like playing with your claws and stuff. Okay.
Yep.
That doesn't make them makes them a little bit less nervous. But the fact is that you're a blue dragonkin paladin with claws and powerful weapons and armor and everything else. I'm like, okay, they're still alert, but they're not like getting ready, they're not, like getting ready to lift their crossbows. So like, okay,
Mhm.
they relax a little bit, but the crossbows are still held. Um, you've seen these guards off and on for a long time. Not these specifically ones, but you might recognize a face, but not a name. Someone that's been here for a while. They're fairly young, but they look like they're in shape, and they're not like wet around the ears or anything else. That they're doing. They seem to know what they're doing at least. So while you wait there in the holding area,
Mhm.
we're gonna do a quick cut over to Raven's Crest. And it's same time, afternoon, day after you met up with Elia there. Um, Elia is, of course, happy to see you. And
Mhm.
um, she has apologized many, many times for hitting you with a moonbeam. Um,
I'm just still
uh,
laughing at it.
yeah, well, I mean, it's when someone comes, something dark, some dark shape comes flying out of the trees at me in the middle of the night.
Mhm.
Uh, give a little warning next time, please.
No promises.
Okay, well, no promises I won't blast you with a moonbeam again.
That's okay. We've got nothing to feel guilty about. I mean, I've had a lot worse, and it was worth it just to surprise you.
Um, since you guys were out in the woods there, she actually takes you back to Addie's cabin. She's actually been refurbishing it and cleaning it up and kind of redoing it she's, I mean, she's spent a lot of years in this place and doesn't want to just see it crumble away or cleared away. So it's kind of made it a secondary home. And you see there's still for the couple times you've been there, there's still some touches of Addie, but it's definitely Elia's presence there now.
Mhm.
She's definitely made it her own. Similar flowers that are back in your garden, back at the house, are in little shrubs and stuff around the place and up on the patio. Um, just she's definitely made it her own. But there's little trinkets and things of yours that you've given her, essentially,
Mhm.
placed around the space as well. Um,
Mhm.
so, what would you? I mean, so morning, um, uh, um, breakfast, and just sort of chatting and things out there. What sort of things do you like fill her in on? Yeah, so
Well,
you talked a lot on your trips anyway, but like, what's
yeah, definitely. But obviously, I'll just fill her in and everything, tell her all everything that happened and about the dragons and, you know, the treasure
hmm,
and everything that we've experienced and obviously the conversation with the Duchess. And hey, you should come meet the king with us. That's going to be fun. And, you know, kind of family. So why not? No reason not to, you know?
um,
And I think we should get a cottage built near Addy's. I think we should have one built just for us, me
no,
and you. We've got the money to do it now.
true,
We
but
could
I
do that.
mean, why have a second cottage when we have a cottage here? I'm not saying we shouldn't. It's just that, I mean,
You want
just
to live
for
in Addy's cottage?
why not? I lived here for
I
almost a
know you
decade.
did.
This was my second home. In some ways, my first.
It's only the second time I've seen it since that day.
Uh, I
I know you've been back here a lot.
Yeah, it's where I come to when I'm not back at the house in Ravenscrest.
I know.
Um,
Mhm.
we can maybe something in a different area. We can have a secondary place.
Yeah, maybe.
She's the idea of going to see the king is kind of uh, a little shocking to her. Right. Maybe I could do something from my father, or um,
Yeah. And nobility now too. Not only are you like kind of related to him, you're also nobility. So,
I
you've
mean,
got that going for you.
I wouldn't play up the related thing too much. They might be a little confused by that.
Well,
I barely understand it, and that it's who I am. But
yeah. Well, you got a little bit of his granddad in there, so.
Again, in a very strange way that no one but us is going to understand. Really,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
yeah.
You don't think we should tell him? You don't think he'd be fascinated by that?
I don't know. I don't know. Some people are very strange by the idea of being reborn and fragments but
Yeah.
maybe they will. I don't know. Um, and so I've been talking a lot with Kiva. Um,
Oh, yeah.
oh yeah, I mean she the way the way she communicates, it's a
Oh,
little
yeah.
different than ours, obviously. Well, and it's just a conversation. You just kind of hear it and
Yeah. Yeah.
speak it. It's not in their head. It's just literally out loud. It's definitely different. Um, I mean, and that she and Gildo are very close now.
Yeah.
They've been
Yeah.
spending time together.
It's
Um,
nice.
yeah, definitely. But she was recently she was very, very secretive about a trip that she went on, something she did and
Yeah.
or is doing. I don't know. She's being very, very cagey about it. I don't know. It's she's not giving any details, but keeps being very cryptic about telling us sometime soon, or I don't know.
Dude, I can't remember that man's name. What was that dude name that she's just got rid of? Quresh? Is it?
Um, maybe she didn't mention that to me.
No, I was asking you, Jim, because I
Oh,
just wanted to fill her in on that, like what I've just heard about that. But it is Quresh, isn't it?
Crush, yeah.
Yeah. I'll just say that's what I've heard. I've heard that they went and dealt with him. And
Well,
he's been,
being back to her adventurous self, then I guess. That's
yeah.
kind
I'm
of.
not sure what Paul Gildo's going to be thinking of all of that because he's not really that.
Oh, I doubt he was with her
Right.
for that
I hope
part.
not.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, she's been very cryptic, saying she's going to see us sometime in the future. Didn't specify when, but
Mhm.
we'll have to see about that. Um,
Yeah.
and so as the morning turns into afternoon, early afternoon, you get the sending from Thora that she's been arrested. Um,
Yeah. So
so
that's fun.
uh, ascending off to Tundra is the response that you got.
Yeah, I've sending off to the Tundra and received one back saying basically she can deal with that. Just a tone for her, you know. What was the word? A
Misdeeds.
tone for her misdeeds. Hmm. But she's going to inquire as to the nature of her punishment, so that's fun.
Well, that's not surprising. I mean, surprising that she's in trouble being arrested, but it's not surprising that you all seem to have a lot of, I don't know, trouble following you around and in getting into and that's
I haven't got trouble following me around. What do you mean?
right. So the person who's just been off slaying horrible eldritch things from astral space and
I wasn't
monsters
following
and
me round. We went there
you
to deal with it.
you you hunted it
Chasing
down. I know.
trouble.
Yeah.
I tell you one thing, I'm going to turn up somewhere and be instantly arrested, as far as I know. So, I've got that going for me.
This is good. I want to try to bail you out of jail.
No, no, thank you.
I don't think my power, my royal power would go that far.
Yeah. Hey, I wonder if the Duchess can do anything. But
Don't know. I mean,
Sora wouldn't appreciate it anyway.
Shorehaven's sort of independent of this region. They're kind of on their own. They're on
Yeah.
the Crescent League. All the villages and cities along the uh the coastal area there. They tend to form their own. Shorehaven's sort of the largest of them. with that military presence too. So,
Mhm.
um, well, um, we can figure out what next steps are going to be, who's doing what, and glad you're
Yeah.
here for a while.
Yeah, I'm going to be waiting to hear something from Sora. I will let Lucas know that that's happened as well. Because I know that he's with the other two, or at least he's in the same place as the other two. Um, just in
Right.
case we need to do something, he can
And
be ready.
and he's your transport, right?
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
well,
For
in
now,
that
I'm happy to be here.
case, maybe we should head back to town and be there if something happens. And things are pretty well established out here. I was just tending to some trouble spots and just spending time out here, but we can head back there.
Or we can stay till morning if you want. I don't mind. We can. I can
Uh,
help you with what you're doing, and then we can head back tomorrow morning.
that sounds like a good idea. Um, so she'll like uh put on a pot of water um for whatever drinks you guys would like to share, and some food and such out there, and you guys have yourselves an afternoon meal, relax, and spend more time catching up, and obviously having heard about the adventures, seeing like hearing more about it, and kind of picking your brain and see what's going on, and so we kind of head over to that as uh Fort Orith. Um, uh, Esk will have Esk has been spending at least a bit of time with the Drakal embassy. You know, he's been down there and just checking in with you guys occasionally, throwing a sending your way, just to see where he's at. And he'll be back at the Tumble Tankard at some point. But he's just checking in with them, um, kind of filling them in on the situation as he knows it and what happened there, and kind of telling them what's going on. As the embassy has heard of what's been going on, but not from a first-hand account. So they definitely want to hear from him about what's happening there, what happened. Um, uh, One thing he will tell you, and this will something at some point here pass along here, is that the the embassy of Drakal here in Port Oris has been given official orders to
Hmm.
extend assistance, aid, um, amnesty, whatever, to any chromatic dragonkin they encounter. The word must be put out that this is going to be changed by essentially royal decree. They are essentially ending any policies or things that would discriminate or harass any chromatic dragonkin, which is a very big deal. Even the F doesn't have to do anything. Doesn't have to worry about that in the same way that anyone else does, as the kobolds were there first. um, they also are they they uh, they they are also given the orders to end anything like that, which you know from Thora meeting with the embassy here, they weren't openly hostile or anything else, but now they're actively saying that extend aid, extend welcome, whatever else, to any that they come across. Um, Grim, the renovations for the house that you purchased are coming along. The tower is essentially there for you to use. Essentially, they're actually creating a bit of an actual like foundation for it to sit on. That's like right up to the house itself there, so they can actually like travel from one to the other once when it's there, and you can just take it off and then close the house there. Just to kind of point out again where that was. It is basically down here, this little house right on the end there. They're kind of making that space available for you as you've been filling out a bit of money for that over there. Um, the house and property is about the same cost as the tower itself. So essentially, it is a pricey item, as you've read the description of the tower. It's a fortress. It's made of adamantium. um, you have a feeling it's some sort of like summon. It's obviously some sort of a summoned thing or whatever. So, um, but you carry it around as a little block about the size of Rubik's cube or so. Um, that you can put on the ground and poof, there it is. Um,
Can I go down there and put mine next to his?
you probably could. It was like, what the? So at some point when you see it, you're like, I had one of those too. Boom. Everyone kind of like freaks out. I'm
Go
like, oh
ahead.
my god. Um, now, reading the description on that item there, basically, if you put things in the tower itself and then it shrinks, the things when you put it back again, they're still there, correct? In there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know.
So
It's loading. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
it seemed to be that's if not, that's basically now you're not going to be able to leave living things in there. It shrinks it, but any inanimate things essentially that you place and put in there will be there again when you open them up.
See, it says, it's a bit cryptic. It says the command word that dismisses it, which only works if the fortress is empty.
Yeah.
Depends whether, yeah, does that mean empty of people or things?
I'm going to say it's empty of people. Because I mean, the idea that you couldn't have furnishings in there seems kind of dumb.
Well, the spell description, well, not the spell, the item description says objects in the area that aren't being worn or carried take the damage that people take, and they're pushed out automatically. So, I
Oh,
don't
that's
know, I
when
guess.
if you throw it down
Yeah,
in an area, anything in that area gets.
yeah.
Oh,
So
I
if you
thought
put it
that-
like if you put it like under a cart and then
Right.
there, it'll throw the cart out of the way essentially. So
Right.
yeah, it'll push things out of the space there. But yeah, I'm gonna say that yeah, we wouldn't believe it's similar to a folding boat in that aspect. There, it folds up there. Whatever in the boat stays in the boat, and then when you open it up again, things are still there. So we'll say you can furnish it, you can store things in it to a degree, just nothing alive. And I would recommend not. I would recommend not putting in like a portable hole or a bag of holding when you shrink it down, just because it just seems to be sort of an extra-dimensional space kind of thing. So it might interfere there. So you just wouldn't want to experiment with that. So yeah. So yeah, you guys can choose what you want to leave in there, what you're going to furnish it with, how you want to set it up there. Essentially, it will be something that will be back. And it's not. I mean, it's. Essentially 20 feet square and 3 stories high, 30 feet high. So it's a sizable space. Sorry, it's divided into 2 floors, as it says. Later one will containing them. So. Yeah, not exactly a lavish interior. It's more for function over form, but you can still put things in there like things for sleeping and store food and stuff in there for yourselves as well. So yeah. So for a time at least, there's 2 towers there at the property. You see, the miniature fortresses that are sitting there on Grimm's property. You both had mentioned to me something about getting some items and stuff, and so one thing you check in with various alchemists, and potions of invulnerability are just not available. And you'll find out why is that basically the military is pretty much buying up anyone they are, and they take a long time to make. They're not an easy thing to throw together. The slipperiness and healing potions, the Supreme, again, not as readily available there. You can get 4 Supreme, the top tier one. Probably up to 8 or so superior, and greater and normal. You can pretty much find plenty of those around there. Those don't take long to make, so you can kind of pick and choose how much of those you want to have, and within reason, because again, you have enough money to buy a lot. So the potions of vulnerability, unfortunately, you pretty much got the only ones that existed in Drakal. And all the ones here have been basically taken by the military to fund. And the more you're here, the more there's talk on the streets of the fighting in the South. It seems to be pretty significant. As Lucas, you've heard that students from the Lyceum are being not so much drafted or conscripted, but recruited essentially to go and help in the war effort, especially those in the College of Evocation. A couple of airships have been essentially dispatched. Some of the merchant ships have been done contracts to act as troop transports to move down there. The teleportation circle has been transporting people and goods down there as well to help kind of keep the everything, so everyone's supplied and minimize the loss. As it seems to be pretty major, the fighting is, at least. It's been ramping up in recent weeks.
Where they're sending them down to? Are they going to Dravia and moving down, or are they
Yeah,
going
they're Dravier. They're moving to
forward?
the front. Yeah. So essentially, they're transporting to Dravier and setting up there. Again, the flipping over to the main map here. Essentially, it's Dravier being here, and then troops being sent to that south along the border, essentially south, and the fighting pretty much all along this border to the east and south. So a lot of goods are being sent straight to Dravier via teleportation circles and everything else.
I got two Supremes and two Superior.
Okay, well, it's like there's only 4 Supremes available, period. Not 4 each. So
Okay, I thought there was two Superiors and two Supremes.
Supreme's the top end, right? Supreme's the highest one. Supreme. There were 4 Superior and 8 Superior. Sorry, 4 Supreme, 8 Superior, and then greater and normal, whatever.
I'll take one.
Yeah,
I was going to buy 2 and 2. So.
I assume you guys can get all 4 and then spread them out amongst the group of you. That's fine.
Yeah.
In shopping form, that's what you can find available, and the funds you guys have are enough to pick them up.
Yeah, I was going to go to Nils and ask about getting a Manatech item with greater invisibility on it.
Mm-hmm. He's definitely will get working on that. Like I said, he's been doing a lot of other commissions for the military there, but that's something he can definitely squeeze in for you. It'll take a few days. 4th level spells are a little more complicated and a little more expensive, but he's got the materials and you've got the money, so he will get that taken care of. Oil of slipperiness you will be able to find. That is available. You can get a couple of those pretty easily.
What does that do?
That's the one you can't be grabbed. Essentially, you literally slip out of anything and try to grab you.
It's like freedom of movement, basically.
Yeah, very similar. Yeah, you can't be restrained or grappled. Pretty much, you just literally squirt it, like slip right out of it. So yeah, Lucas was there. One thing you guys had asked for, I know Grim had asked for, was a more advanced sending, or more sending stones, essentially. I will say I haven't made this yet here, but you will find through some various contacts that there's an item that's been created called essentially the Rod of Sending, which essentially how it works is there are 4 sending stones sort of stacked on there, and you can either do 4 sendings or keep by sliding them down one at a time to the other, 4 sendings, or leave them all together and let you just converse for a minute once per day. You just like talk back and forth for a minute, just like, by burning all 4 of them at once. So
Oh my
essentially,
God.
you can do
I
that.
need that.
I mean, you can do that kind of thing. Um,
Not with
with it,
everyone.
yeah, true, not with everyone. I know. Um, however,
I do it with Sora.
yeah, when you're in person, you do it like all the time, just
Mhm.
just telepathically all the time because you just do that, no problem.
Mhm.
When you're apart. Um, now, Lucas, something similar is Alindra gives you something. Um, it's effectively a minor crystal ball. It isn't a full like scrying crystal ball there, but it's a minor crystal ball. It will act as a focus for doing scrying, but it also can essentially you can look into it, focus on someone, then and converse with them for up to 5 minutes, and you kind of see them and they see you through a little orb that appears in front of them. So essentially, it's a little like communication device there. As it's sending is a pain in the butt. So here,
Oh, yeah. Thank you. That'll be helpful.
um, had to find some people to make them like this here. The crystal balls are a little bit harder to come by, but this was a thing had made instead. And so she gives that to you. It's kind of a prototype, but it should still do a little more than sending. So for once a day, it's a five. It can work for 5. It can set up a 5-minute conversation.
Cool. That's great.
Yeah. Um.
I was going to talk to her, Linda, about getting a house.
Yeah.
Obviously, she knows Port Oris better than certainly better than I do.
Yeah. So effectively, like the houses, like the housing areas, like with kind of the individual houses being kind of down in this area down in here. There are some in here. And actually, you know that her the apartment that she uses is kind of along this row up here, which is basically kind of a block over from there. Um, she'd been staying in an apartment there, and we could potentially buy something nicer in this area here. It'd be almost like a condo kind of thing. Maybe something on a higher floor, or that we could do there. We want to be a little further away from things. We don't want to be too far because traveling back and forth is can be difficult at different times of the year. But can look around.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll let her take the lead on it. I'll see.
Okay. She's definitely um a bit taken aback as this is a big step, obviously. Are you sure? I mean, you travel around an awful lot and have a lot going on, and I mean, you kind of thinking this place would be more your home?
Yeah. Yeah. That seems to
Okay.
be. Well, it's your home, so
Okay. Well, yeah, it's. I mean, I grew up here and everything, so that's where my work is, and pretty much most people I know are. So, okay, yeah. I'll start putting in some inquiries and seeing what we can find, and uh, sure. So she's definitely um uh you see her probably more uncharacteristically like stuttering a bit and kind of just um like surprised, obviously, but uh, so then I'll see what I can find and make some arrangements.
hopefully things are gonna calm down a little bit now.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. I mean, there's going to be it's going to be changes. Um, and since you've been back, you've been hearing there actually have been rumors floating around of the Duchess's failing health. It's been noticed at this point there. The few appearances where people do see her, they can definitely see that she's ailing and not doing well. And of course, obviously, the rumors about the war to the south and the rifts and everything else happening. These things are definitely happening. So hopefully they can be dealt with. Maybe the peace with the giants, and then there's going to be these rifts figuring it out there and stop that. And what else is going on? Just there's the College of Divination. There's been a lot of people having disturbing. We can call them prophecies, visions, maybe. It's kind of part and parcel for the curriculum, delving into what's out there, what's coming. Um, I think there's a lot a lot going on. So I hope it's all can be resolved without too much destruction or anything else. There's just a lot of people scared.
Sure, it's nothing we can't handle.
Based on what I've seen and heard from you people, I think you might be right. But I mean, you can't be everywhere at once, that's for sure. So, you spend the afternoon kind of eventually taking a walk, kind of look at some different areas and some neighborhoods and kind of get some ideas and some of the nicer places and some of the more little I mean, obviously you have some a little bit more space and some larger places down in this area over here. There's a big old mansion right there, and then smaller places along the way into these streets in here. So you know, starting to look in that area for the most part initially. But she'll keep an eye out. She wouldn't mind something with maybe a little bit north and up in this area here. If there's some places up there, kind of where um, the Crimson Hunt is up in that area as well. So there's a lot of little farmsteads, homesteads, and little cottages and stuff like that there as well. Not too far away, but kind of on the hillsides up in here. So, yeah.
Yeah,
So
sounds good.
as you do that, and I'll have those items made for you on your sheets next time. I got my notes here to do all that. But we cut back to Shorehaven. As Sora, you are bored out of your mind. You've been sitting there for at least it's got to be 4 or 5 hours. I mean, it's been like 30 minutes, but
No worse. Okay. Okay. If it's
5
only been
minutes and
30 minutes,
she's
but it's
bored
it's been like
shitless.
30 minutes or so, and you're just like
right.
fidgeting at this point
I've
there.
shifted. Yeah, I've shifted my feet
Yeah.
a couple of times. I went to stand up to see them look weirded,
Yep.
and I sit back down and
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the guards they're not even like holding their crossbows up in your direction. They're sort of like just kind of like so they're kind of they're still at attention, but they're not like tense or anything else. So they're kind of like, ugh. Well,
just as bored as I am. Oh, I have dice. I think. Hold on.
they won't
have-
join you for playing dice. They're not going to be that
Nope.
unprofessional. But
No. But I can roll it just for funsies.
sure, yeah. They sort of
Clickety clack.
yeah. As the first time you pull them up there and roll them, you kind of like oh, and just tend to like settle back down again there and just kind of look at each other. Eventually, though, the window that's in that room there will open up there, and you see a person there. Sora, is this Sora there? Oh, yes, you. Please come closer, please. And you see
Yeah.
a bored, looking half elf, just sort of like in this like high collared robes and the hair pulled back, somewhat androgynous, hard to tell exactly because again, shapeless robes in a small window, just kind of staring at you. They seem like they should be wearing spectacles. They kind of squint at you. Maybe they don't have them on them right now, but they sort of like squint at you a little bit there. Yes, one for charges here, theft of property from the lord of the city, and um, general nuisancery, and um, uh, acting as a patrol without authority. Is this what I'm hearing?
Um,
Is it?
uh, well, the last one, not so much, but the first two possibly, if you have proof.
Um, it's well, it's not my responsibility to ascertain proof or not. Just reading the charges and what would be expected to be discussed with the magistrate in charge. That would be Gonlin's. Oh, you've 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 reached. Well, yes, the High Magistrate, in fact, is speaking with you. This would be most irregular. He doesn't usually see charges of this nature, but yes, Go- High Magistrate Conlon will be the one speaking with you. Um, uh, so. You will be escorted to the actual courtroom area, and as such, you will be expected to relieve yourself of all weapons and anything that could cause any physical or harm or anyone from anyone else there. There is a room outside of the courtroom itself there where you will be able to deposit things, and they'll be kept securely there as you will be escorted then into the chambers there to see the magistrate himself.
Well, there's a problem with that, dear sir. My entire outfit can cause harm, including my own breath.
Well,
So,
understandable, and this is why there will be guards there to if you attempt to do that, they will expect you to make sure your weapons are there and any items that actually cause that could be anything that can be used as a weapon itself. Beyond, of course, yourself, which we can't stop there, but you will be monitored by the bailiff and the bailiff forces as well. So please, this way. It kind of like waves at the two guards there with the crossbows. They're more alert now, like kind of thing, and you kind of move up there. The other door to the left. They will escort you to the chambers there to then meet with the magistrate.
okay,
Okay, so
sure.
sure. They lead you down the hallway there, and there's a bunch of rooms there. You can see obviously the door there that probably goes to the room where the guy you were just talking to was, heading back further in there, and it's all just like thick, like old wood, just like all like stained wood. They're very very old and but solid. I mean like thick beams and everywhere. The place looks like it could survive an explosion easily. You're taken off down to a chamber there to the right there, down another long hallway there, and stop. You actually are walking up to there is another guard person there, a bit of a different uniform there, not a city guard uniform, but like um um a different style and cut of uniform you haven't seen in person really. This is your first time seeing the bailiff forces. He's dressed in what appears to be a breastplate, um, a sort of a long coat over top of that there, and with obviously a sword at his hip, and some sort of a hand crossbow or something on the other hip there. Just waiting there patiently, hands at in front of him, kind of nodding to you as the guys escort you up there. In this way, please. You'll go in here. Again, very burly, thick-necked human. Probably one of the bigger humans you've seen in your life, in fact. But he's almost as tall as you, about as broad as his shoulder there, without the minus the scale. Um, in this way, please. Um, and as you step in there, he's like indicates a case there with a lid on it there. Weapons in there. Um, he pauses. Like, the armor you can keep. That's fine. But anything else that would be considered a weapon, please put in the case there. Uh, Only other thing, any sort of manatech there, we will temporarily remove the accumulators. They cannot be accessed. They will be placed in there as well. If you need help with that, we can have someone to help you with disabling them.
Okay. So Sora's going to hand the Manatech belt and the boots and the cloak, and she's just going to be like pulling weapons out of everywhere, every pocket she's ever owned. The whole thing is going to get full of all her stuff.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Slight thing, sir. If this particular Warhammer, this one right here, even so much has even a speck of dust on it when I get back. No. Okay, don't let anything happen to it.
it will. He indicates there, he holds out a lock. This will be locked, and no one will be able to enter this here. I have the only key for this, other than the high bailiff himself.
Because I trust the big burly man I've never met before.
Well, he's a. I mean,
it is what it is.
Yeah, it's what it is. But it's like he's flat out says like he's a court functionary, so a member of the court. So,
and I'm a paladin of Bahamut. What does that mean?
Here, nothing.
Criminal paladin of Bahamut.
Yep. So you put your weapons in there, you put your hammers in there. He'll actually call in a secondary person there, a little bit more Weasley guy there, who will actually very carefully remove the accumulators and hand them back to you, so you can still wear your boots and still wear your belt and everything else. You're not like walking around barefoot or anything else.
Okay.
I guess you can because
My poor boots.
Yeah, so you can.
This poor boots, I mean.
Yeah. So, you essentially Manatech disabled, weapons put away. You're still wearing your armor, still wearing your cloak. Anything else? So yeah, with the accumulators missing from the Manatech, there you can't use them. They don't work without power source.
She's still got innate magic though, and she's still got breath and stuff, hasn't
Yeah,
she?
and if she does that, she will be gunned down and shot and everything else. So yeah,
Obviously.
so they have guards to deal with that, but we want to, like,
I just don't understand why they bother taking the accumulators off when she's still got stuff she can do. If she's going to do it, if she's going to get.
Yeah. So, you're going to assume that a high court like this probably has people that do counterspell. Like if you go to do something like that, and yes, you do your breath weapon, you will then just be
on doing any of this.
Yeah. The court will take all the precautions that it can to ensure that potential criminals are not given the chance there. Sora's not being let in there in cuffs or anything else. So you then at this point, like you would assume that some criminals be actually let in like manacled and or hooded and everything else, and because there is a thing called the mage hood, which basically you can't cast spells at all while it's on you. There are manacles that prevent you from actually doing any sort of like somatic components for your spells. Gags so you can't use verbal. So yes, there's all things you can be done. You are led into a very. It is not a massive courtroom or anything else. It's basically just the bench there, the man sitting up on the bench there, a table in front of that, a railing between the two, two more like guard-looking folks there on either side, and then next to one there, and then the guy, the big burly guy there stands at the other other space there, and then another spot, another guard type person behind the actual magistrate. Magistrate Galen is an older man, fit, human, gray hair, a bit of a trim beard, just calmly watching his. Take a seat there. Thora Nexoris. There was a warrant, an existing warrant for your arrest based on theft of property, based on improper use of authority along the trade roads, and this is the primary charges here. The property in question, one amulet belonging to the Lord of the City, Lord Bartleridge. While that may have been less significant, the uh, acting as a member of the guard along the trade routes there, apprehending and assaulting criminals, unfortunately has caused bureaucratic issues of jurisdiction, and some of those arrested or apprehended uh, were not able to be processed correctly and were then released because of your actions. How do you plead in this situation?
Are we going for a full trial here, or what are we doing?
I mean, there's no lawyer or anything else. It's just basically just essentially you're given a chance to speak up in your defense. So, how
We
would you
will
respond to that?
not guilty.
To
To
the theft and to the
Well, no, the theft I
improp.
did. I totally did that one. The other one, not so much. Mm-mm.
Well, we have records here, and it pulls up the records. A number of criminals apprehended,
Mm-hmm.
um, having been assaulted by you.
Uh-huh.
And he doesn't say that it doesn't say that in a way that's like he's condemning you for this. It's just sort of like,
Mhm.
because they were apprehended improperly, they were not able to be detained on arrival. So you're saying that you did not assault these criminals.
No, it was
Alleged.
self-defense. Alleged
Hmm.
criminals. Mhm.
I see. Well, uh, 'cause unfortunately, reports are a bit one-sided here, and you're
Mhm.
saying you were wandering the roads back and forth, and these people had accosted you and you defended yourself.
Or they were accosting others, yes. Mhm.
So you acted in a way to defend others.
See? Yes. Sorry, you don't
See.
speak Goblin. Yes.
That is not canon in this world. I am not. We are not going there. um. So, well, in the matter of the property, you say that you took something there. Um, we will expect it to be returned.
Or monetary value?
That's not listed here of a monetary value specifically,
I'm assuming he
but
still lives around here someplace, right?
Lord Bartleredge, yes, he's still a lord of the city.
Cool. Can we like meet up with him and see if we
Um,
can do
uh,
a monetary trade?
There's nothing here of that nature there, so it would be a
Wait, wait,
follow-up.
wait. They're accusing me. I have the right to face the people who are accusing me, right?
No, not usually in this situation. That's you either, if you have the property, you return it, or you choose to be incarcerated for the theft.
I'm sure that if he was
And then the
told that
property
I
would be
was willing to
willing to be
pay
returned
for it,
anyway because it's not yours; it's his. So
but if
this
he
is
was willing for, if I was willing to pay for it,
maybe an arrangement that we could discuss, but the fact
okay.
that you stole the item means it should be returned, and so, uh,
Well, check with him first.
well,
I'm not
just
telling you how to do your job. Don't make it sound like that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it just doesn't make sense for me to save the world and then have to turn this stupid thing over.
the world. What are you speaking about?
Okay, so you heard about all the stuff that was going on in Jakal?
No.
No, okay, so the whole nation was under attack by this outer worldly plainly creature, and we stopped that. And we, as me and my friends, and then also there was this monster in the lake. We then did that too and made that go away. And there was a serial killer on the loose, and yeah, I made sure she got arrested. And oh, the other mass murderer, Wraith. I helped stop that.
I see. Well,
I'm sure you've heard about all the people that were helping Ravenscrest out. Well, formerly known as what was it formerly known as? I don't remember anymore. It's Craven's Rest now.
other way around. Yes.
Yep.
All right. Yes. Well. Up. Being as we've ascertained that you have the item in question and you are not willing to part with it, that will be something must be discussed. Obviously, as the Lord in question brought up these charges, so you would have to um await a full trial at that point if you're going to contest it, or
How
other
long
arrangements
is
can be
that gonna
made.
take? I gotta go beat
Um,
up the trolls in the south so that, they stop killing other people.
Trolls in the south.
The trolls, right?
Reports of trolls. Not even close.
Giants.
Nope.
Giants.
Giants in the south. Thank you. I
Oh,
gotta go beat up the giants in the south.
Another nanism.
you've been conscripted in the war effort.
Well, no, we're just gonna take it upon ourselves to go help because there's something there that we kind of started to work the threads out on and now need to finish.
I see. That may be. It will definitely be a factor in how this was resolved. I will.
Oh,
And you see him taking notes there for sure.
I'm gonna hate this, and Amethyst is going to laugh her head off and then chew me out for it. If you contact the Duchess of Port Oris, she will tell you that we have been helping her do things.
I will. And he takes a note of that as well. I will obviously need to follow up upon this or have
Totally
someone
rolling
follow
my
up on this.
eyes.
Or the
I'm-
Baron of Ravenscrest.
Or the Baron of Ravenscrest. Yes, I am rolling my
that too,
eyes
yeah.
at the Duchess. 100% rolling my
Right.
eyes on that one. Ugh, can't believe I have to resort to her.
All right then. Well, yes. All very and it looks up at you. It looks at you like obviously like for the first time really like looking at you and noticing the very ornate armor and just who you obviously. I mean, he knows he knows he seems to know who you are for the most part. Hmm. Well, I see we have to have a follow up on this. Unfortunately, we can't just have you going. Well, I will. My judgment is as follows. Temporarily, you will be placed in a holding cell until we can corroborate and gain the information here, and discuss what needs to be done with Lord Bartleridge, his property, and the other charges against you.
So counter offer, can I stay in someplace nicer? Seeing as how you have all my weapons and my only transport out of here? As long as I stay on like house arrest? It's not an actual trial, there's no lawyer, so I can counter offer.
There's it isn't really yeah, they only have the lawyers and everything else here, so
Yep,
but
no lawyers.
I think
Like I'm
that
sure there's a
placing you in the holding facility might be detrimental to the integrity of our facility, and the other detainees. You will.
no.
He pauses there and he comes there. Your items will be held until this is resolved. You will take this, and he kind of rotates to the guy there, and he brings out I kid you not, a metal like band.
Uh-huh.
You will wear this, as it will be able to allow us to follow your location. If you
Sure.
do leave the city before this is resolved, you will be charged to the utmost extent of the court,
Awesome. I can
which
handle
will
that.
which will include time in prison.
I'm not going anywhere.
You'll be escorted until
I did
to
forget about the drakes, but they didn't remember the queens that you're called. That he doesn't know about the fighting that's going up there, so he wouldn't know to talk to them either.
yeah. It's like I mean, he
Not
doesn't
if
need
they
to
don't
know.
tell him.
Yeah.
Well, how
So
he doesn't have a representative up there. How is he going to get somebody there to check
there's
it?
an
It
there's an
could be
embassy there's an
years.
embassy here that you know about.
Oh,
Like,
cool.
remember
I
where you
forgot.
where your boyfriend came
Yeah.
from?
Oh,
There's an
you hush,
embassy in
Jim.
Shorehaven.
Yeah. Hey,
All
hey,
of the
hey.
queens of Drakal will literally speak for you.
So here's I'm going to tell you exactly where I'm going to be then. I'm going to be over at the embassy of Jakal, hanging
Not
out there.
not at your home.
No, I'm not going
He
back
doesn't
to.
say that, but like okay,
No, I'm
okay,
not going to Tundra. That's not happening. Mm-mm.
okay. All right then.
I have to figure it out on my own, huh? All right.
So, well, then you will be escorted to the embassy of Drakal, and interesting.
Well,
Makes a note of
that's
this as
because
well.
the four queens in Drakal, they all know me.
Um,
I helped
I,
them get this armor.
I have heard similar statements from other people brought before me, but you're the first one I'm somewhat inclined to believe. So,
Wait, I have something from them, don't I?
You
Besides
got a
the armor
cloak
and the
from one
hammer.
of them.
The cloak! That's right. It's got their
I
emblem
mean,
on it.
yeah, it's very pretty.
It's got their emblem on it, though, right?
he, yeah,
It's
he would
true.
he
He
wouldn't know.
can't. He
No,
wouldn't know that. But when he goes to talk to the
the
embassy,
the cloak was a gift. Yeah, that wasn't from the queen.
they don't know that.
Okay. Well, be that as it may, we will have you will be escorted to the embassy. At that point, we will determine our next steps there, gather our information, and reconvene as soon as possible. I can't give an exact date yet, as the circumstances around this are rather extenuating. Rather, mm,
You figure it out, man, and I'll be floating around town.
well, no, you'll be at the embassy of Drakal and not
You know.
wandering around the streets. As
Yep.
at this point, yes,
Mhm.
we will release you to be there, and we will reconvene as soon as possible.
Will do.
Yeah, he, like bangs a little gavel there. Sure, why not? And bailiff will come and escort you. Like, um, burly bailiff guy comes up there. Like, this way, and he takes you out there, and he will show you as like your belongings will be placed in a secure facility, as it will be under lock and key, guarded, and nothing will come to. No problem will come to them. So you will be called, and he motions the two city guard who are kind of waiting outside for you, and they to the embassy of Drakal then. And,
Yeah.
talks to them, and then they kind of both nod. Sure, we know where it is. Sure, and this way, ma'am. And kind of, you are escorted off to a familiar area. You spent quite a bit of time here, off and on. Not so much in the embassy, but around the embassy. You would often meet up in some of the little cafes or buildings or street corners or parks in the area around that, and with Strolix. And kind of thinking back on that, you are escorted to the embassy, where the guards will then essentially knock, and as they come out there, we have someone who will be staying here for a while. And you see before you a brass dragonkin, um, similar to the ones you met in Zinkrel.
Mm-hmm.
Um, uh, Obviously, there is a orderly or clerk type robes there. They have not an actual, not a bastard, more like the one of the um, uh, orderlies, the ones working there. And um, yes, yeah, we will take her in, please. Sure. This way, this way. Um, thank you. So, good day to you. And as you step inside there, they shift. You see, there are two other like dragonkin there, the brass and a gold actually, who are
Mm-hmm.
standing there at the end. They're very obviously like guard type things. They're very burly ones there, dressed in heavy armor, weapons on them. And one of them, you're Sora, Soros,
Hey.
right?
I am. Yep.
I've heard of word has reached us of what has transpired in our homeland.
News travels fast.
Well, it's with the embassy, we have to be kept apprised of what's going on. So,
Right.
and you see that the brass one, actually, the brass one's the one speaking. It looks at the gold one, or the gold one. You can just see. I mean, the equivalent, the draconic equivalent of bags under the eyes, a weary expression on his face, of um, obviously someone who's been put through the ringer. Um, um, there's, I know a bit of what happened. Uh, Please, come in, come in. And he leads you off to a parlor place with food, drink. What would you like?
Fish.
In a coastal town, we could definitely do that. So yes,
You
and a bit
don't
of
know how long it's been since I've had decent fish.
well, I mean,
rude.
Listen. We've been to some places that have had some fish, Bilgewater included, but it was not as good as Shorehaven fish.
I don't know. Sanor was pretty darn good there.
Did I have fish in Sanor?
Oh yeah, you did.
I know I had a ton of food. 'cause
That
they
that
had,
was the
like,
place
some-
with all the food stalls everywhere. They had a lot.
Right, yeah.
It's a
Had
coastal
loads, yeah.
towns.
Lizards
Okay.
and sticks and
Yeah.
everything.
Yep. Yeah, it's definitely. But this is more a taste of home. This is where you grew
Yeah.
up there. The fish, obviously, different
The whole-
ocean,
Whole
different
reason I
different
came back
region,
here.
just for the food.
Well,
So you are led to a place, sort of a seating area there, comfy seats, place there. They will bring food to you and discuss. At some point, the ambassador themselves will come, will arrive, and it is a woman, a female dragonkin there, brass also, who will just want to hear the story, from someone who lived it, from someone who was there. And it will just assure you that yes, whatever's going on here, it will be dealt with. Someone who's done the things that you've done or been a part of will not be left here, will not be put in a prison cell. There's nothing like that. The fact that they still have your items, and she's just rolled her eyes at that, and no,
you know,
no, never
good
do.
faith. It's just good faith. I get it. Don't worry about that part. Also, I don't want special treatment. I did, in fact, steal his pendant.
Well,
And I'll show it to her. It's still around my neck because they didn't
Just-
ask for it.
It is quite a lovely one. It was actually a gift from the embassy.
Well, then, he doesn't need it in the first place.
Well, it was a gesture of goodwill from our people to their people, and a matter of ensuring that relations were kept cordial. And while we're not close geographically, there's still things we can send back and forth, and having people here is very vital to goodwill for Drakal in general. So she will then again engage in conversation, food, drink.
Mhm.
Um, you will essentially get a chance to relax and tell the story, and to a very appreciative audience who will be sort of captivated. And while you're not a bard storyteller by any means, you just tell the facts and describe what happened, and they
Mhm.
are very appreciative to hear all of it. Um, with that, I'm going to kind of open the door to the rest of you guys here. What are you up to in the course of the day here? Going to seek out, look into, find, talk to folks,
Well,
get
I'm
more
gonna go find.
information.
We talked about getting the jeweler or the stone cutter
Sure.
for those things,
Absolutely.
and
And
I'll get that started. I know that's going to take some time.
yeah, not as much time as you might think. It'll take a day or two for the most part, um, as they essentially have the right people to do the task, and they kind of have a finding the right craftsman. It's not like one person. It's a group of people that all work as a collective there to process the things that you want to have done. So,
And
uh,
they're master craftsmen.
oh yeah, yeah, they're definitely going to be. While they have, like, essentially, you have like the multi-tier of like the primary craftsmen, and then the ones that were kind of doing the grunt work and everything else, that, and the people like getting all the materials, touching all the materials and everything else there. So it's a full professional operation. Um, it's one of the better ones in the city, in fact. As you know where to go to for valuable items like this. So yeah, at some
Okay.
point. So yeah, so when you're ready to present them or present the items or whatever else, that you can definitely let people know. Um, it's essentially,
I'll talk to you about that.
yeah, of course. I mean, that's something. Eventually, I'm just going to turn it over to you to kind of to do what they're going to be. So pretty much, you describe, you can fill
Mhm.
it, fill us all in. Um, So yeah, it doesn't take long. I mean, essentially, yeah, you kind of spell out what you're looking for, and they get to work on it and say it's going to be a couple of days. Uh, um, as they have the materials on hand, you're able to get that started off there. Um, Lucas, you had mentioned wanting to speak with a certain person.
If I run into her,
It's not something you're just going to run into. Although you kind of travel in the same circles. What it comes down to is, you know, that she is actually studying at the Lyceum. She's been there actually, like going through actual studies, and so a couple of a little bit of information gathering, you find out when and where she's actually at the library in the Lyceum, and you will show up there, and yeah, you can see that she's sitting there at one of the tables there, a small, not a giant stack of books, but a few books there, and she's in there reading through, taking notes, obviously going through, um, and she doesn't seem to notice you at first, but give me a perception check. First roll of the day, I know, but just to see if you pass is pretty good, but this is okay. Um, you don't spot them immediately, but you will spot kind of in as you're looking at there you will spot her bodyguard, kind of off to the side there, just sort of like casually standing against the side, and again, small stature, cloak up there, bit of a mask, you can't quite see the face, but they're definitely kind of propped up against the wall there in full view of her and everything else that. So you definitely will spot Delia and her bodyguard.
I'll go over and say hello. I think I've met before.
Oh, Lucas. Yes. Hello. And she's just kind of taken off guard as looking around there as if she was so absorbed in what she was doing she didn't even notice. Uh, you will see that the casual stance is not casual for the bodyguard now, as he's like basically essentially you think that he could probably draw a weapon and fire or do something very quickly. But there's no weapon out or anything else, obviously. But they're definitely intently watching and paying attention at this point. Is you I had um I heard a little that you were going to be back in the city. Um, grandmother, she sort of stumbled over there for the moment. There, um, said that had spoken with Amethyst just a couple of days ago, and um, I had heard that you were back in town. So, yes. What can I do for you? What's going on?
Just wondering how you're doing. Are you studying to be the Duchess, the next Duchess?
And she kind of like was there, and it's sort of like a mixture of like arcane history. It's like Port Oris. There's a book on political theory. I mean, just like it is a wide range of subjects in a very short stay of books. It's like one book of each there. Um, and currently she has open there seems to be an actual a book that you probably have perused in the past there regarding the Feywild. Um, essentially the nature and dangers of the Feywild, essentially. Um, and I'm doing well, yes. Studies, well, the magical studies are a little less, going a little less well, but they're coming along, and there's a lot to learn. A lot to do. She's not, she's not well, you know. I think there's something. I read in the art in some of the old histories that certain beings like dragons and other very inherently magical beings in the time when magic was faltering and getting more messed up and chaotic, they got sick, and I'm afraid it's something similar to that. I don't know, but she's not doing well. I hope it's not that, but it's it's hard to know yet.
Yeah, I know you're from Port Oris. Have you ever travelled outside of Port Oris?
Not really. No. I I grew up here and um well my mother passed away when I was about 10, and my father, well, he was traveling all over the place, and I haven't seen him since I was around 8 or so, and so I spent some time in an orphanage, and spent some time doing work where I could, and enough money to live with the foster family for a while, and they weren't very nice, and so I left them and and started to learn enough magic and do things to be able to uh, um, kind of stay safe and find places to be and odd jobs and things. And you see just a little flash of motion there at the table leg there on the floor. There is a little rag doll about yay tall, who just sort of like kind of moves like kind of moves over and put the little like the little stubby arm up on the leg there and kind of touches it touches her on the leg and looks down, glances down there. And it's good to have friends, even if you have to make them. Uh, I was told that I will have to travel to Dravier sometime soon. But I don't know of a timeline for that exactly. I'm supposed to go and meet the king.
Yeah, my sister did mention that obviously
Hey,
the adoption needs to be ratified by the king.
right. Making me his cousin, I think is how that it works out officially. Um, I I'm told it'll all be fine, but I know that things are happening there, and there's a lot of concern, a lot of things going on, but there's things here too. Um, did you know just last week, it was maybe 2 weeks ago, uh, there was on the grounds there was a group of pixies flying around. I don't know how they got there. They were flying around the grounds there, and 3 guards got put to sleep. Couldn't wake them up for a day.
Yeah, I've heard there's a portal's been opening to different realms.
That must be where they came from. Um, uh, Grandmother, she sent them on their way and um, made sure they didn't cause any more problems and everything else. But yeah, it was strange. But yeah, something must have opened up. One of those little portals or rifts or whatever they're called here. There's been no, I can't find any information on that, but I know they're from the Feywild, and so that's why I'm kind of points on the book she's doing there. I mean, they're not evil or dangerous. They're just, I mean, kind of chaotic and strange.
Yeah, we have met pixies before.
Well,
The Queen
I,
of Pixies.
just a couple, yeah,
Just the
And
queen.
beats
Yeah,
for Feywild.
yeah,
You know, just saying.
yeah. Um, well, I
I think it'd be
I
interesting
mean,
visiting Dravia. It would be something exciting. Different
I
place.
mean, it's something I have to do. I assume so. Yeah, I'm excited, but also a little nervous. Never been. I mean, I hear it's even bigger than here. And this is the big city.
It
Um,
is, yes. Obviously the capital.
yes, and quite old. It's one of the oldest cities. That's still well. I know an Olkrun is older, but it had to be rebuilt. Um, and Trenzel is built on the ruins of New Borland, and well, we all know what happened with Westmarch, the first cities of the New World after the Cataclysm, or pre-Cataclysm, actually. Yes, right, yes. It's sort of like nervously, like sort of like flitting from one thought to another there for the moment there. I'm sorry, just learning so much,
Ah, that's fine.
um,
You think your bodyguard will be joining us if we go to Dravia? And glance over towards him.
I have a feeling he will. He doesn't really. He's pretty much always there. You know, I'm, I'm, I don't talk to him much, but he's always around.
Do you know much about him?
No, just that he was a volunteer. He took on the job. He was a um member of the guard, and um when the opening became available, I guess the previous uh person that held his position had gotten too old and couldn't continue doing it, so they had to recruit somebody new.
Do you know much about the coins?
And she pauses, and I don't know. I know the coins, they're bound to creatures from other dimensions, planes. They grant power, but a connection to that being, that creature, whatever. And depending on which coin it is and what creature it is, they can have different effects. Some are scary, like the wolf. I understand that you got rid of that one. Some are, well, just kind of points out of the book there. Some are a little less difficult to nail down. And some, glancing over the bodyguard, there are um, they form bargains and deals, I guess. Um, but it depends on the creature and the coin as to the nature of the relationship there.
Do you know much about the coin that the Duchess holds?
Bound to and kind of being from the Feywild. The reason why I'm reading up on it and trying to learn more about it is I don't know what to expect there, but I know that I've spoken with her because she is different from grandmother. She's scary, but in a very protective and selfishly protective kind of way. Like when she lays claim to something, it's hers, and she will fight to make sure that nothing happens to it. And it's I don't know. She's powerful. You know that. Grandmother's been alive for over a century. She shouldn't have lived that long. Most people don't. It's and I don't know. I know I have a choice. And so I'm trying to learn as much as I can about the choices that I have to make. Doesn't have to happen right away. I know that too.
You know she's a Fae.
Yes,
No.
I believe a form of hag based on how she talks and the nature of the power she wields, kind of the personality. He's like pointing down through some of the notes that she's taken there and kind of flips back the page there. It's they're
Not sure how much.
scary.
I was going to say not so much information there is in the library, but
I mean,
Peg Prowler is her name.
that I didn't know that, but she kind of pauses it, and she goes to write it down. She's like, "No," she decides not to write it down. She's like kind of says it to her name herself a couple of times. I know names are important, so yeah, I think there's a lot to decide and deal with, but I don't have to decide right away.
Just obviously, you should know what you're getting into before you make a decision.
Exactly. I don't know how much me there will be if I accept the coin, and so I'm trying to learn as much as I can and be as strong as I can before I make the decision. I know grandmother,
Yeah.
she's held it for a long time. Yeah, and it's hard to tell the difference between them sometimes. But I love magic. He kind of looks around there. Yeah, for a long time, and to learn more, to do more, I want to do that.
Yes, yeah. There's always positives and negatives.
Just looks at all the magical gear you're carrying, just like, so what brings you here today? Are you looking to do any new and crazy things, adventuring things?
We're looking into the troubles down south of the giants, and obviously the portals opening.
Yeah, that's bad. Well, um, if I find out anything that I can pass along, I will. I just don't know exactly what's going on yet, but it's something to keep in mind. So,
Well, if you should ever want to visit any of the far-flung cities, I can take you to cities in Drakal or Anulkarun or Dravia.
I think I don't know. Well, I will keep that in mind, and maybe Ravier will have to happen sooner than later. I'll have to uh, get that resolved soon. And you see her look kind of worried at that. And I mean, she's not. While she's learning, she's still not hard to read. For you being your insights, your passive insight's pretty high there. So, she's nervous, but worried as well.
I'm
What
sure.
you'll notice, you kind of glancing at the there, you will notice that there is definitely um, a weapon on the bodyguard person over there. Some sort of a blade tucked in at the one side that you hadn't seen. And it's essentially you just kind of see the hilt poking out. There's definitely some magical nature to this, to him, and um, you can't like catalog everything he's got on him, but you can see there's a number of magical items this person has, plus an air of having having a magical ability as well. Nature, which you can't tell exactly, but there's definitely he's got magic about him.
I'm sure he has if the Duchess is put him to protect her.
Yeah, it's what kind it is and what he can do, you have no clue.
Yeah, like I said, I'll reiterate, if you wish to visit any of these places, I can definitely take her there.
Excellent. Well, I will keep that in mind, and definitely as assuming I do take the throne, I guess I will have to learn a lot in a very short amount of time.
I'm sure you'll have plenty of advisors to help you.
Yeah, maybe. She looks more around herself here. Um, uh, as we think you never saw the Duchess having advisors. You never saw any other in the throne. You never saw anyone else other than maybe the bodyguard there for a couple times. She never had anybody there with her.
Yeah, because she had the coin, didn't she? That
Yeah, her main advisor, and whatever information they have. So, all right. Well, I mean, she will. I mean, ask a few more questions about what you've done and where you've been, and just kind of that young person there. She's able to kind of get a little more information, and she jot down some notes of what you told to tell her about. But yeah, it's she still seems very much like herself. She doesn't seem like she obviously is not under compulsion. She's not possessed in some way. She's definitely still a young woman. As um, yeah, she's not showing signs of being corrupted in any kind of way that you can tell.
yeah, that's good.
Okay. With that, let's see here who we got. Amethyst, as you and Elia get back to Ravenscrest, from your little couple days kind of hanging out in up in the woods there, the cabin and stuff. You will head back in there. Um, Eldon does once you guys kind of came and went so quickly there, he didn't get a chance to really talk to him much there. But he wants to hear everything that's happening. He wants to see what's going on there. He's very surprised by the return that his that the Mizium armor was returned. I was curious about what Sora is using, what she's doing, what everyone else is doing, how they're doing, what's up with them, um, what sort of gear they've got, what this new power source is that he discussed with Nil, these new accumulators that he's making there, and he wants to get more of that information, and he's just bombarding you with questions over and just like whatever you can get in there. So yeah, that's anything. So if there's anything you need from folks there around town or checking into,
Any of this has to deal with Eldon.
all by yourself.
I don't mind. I like him.
Yep.
I miss
You like
Eldon.
setting him on fire.
No. I never set Eldon on fire. What are you talking about?
The traps we set.
I never set him on fire. I made the
No.
light go off in his room. I never set him on fire. Are you okay?
I'm not there.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, I mean, I'll happily fill him in on everything. I'm feeling quite just as chatty as he is, probably.
yeah.
So yeah, I'll happily tell him everything. Everything.
Okay. So you unload there, and it's just back and forth, just like nonstop. He's grilling you on all the information, all the things you've seen, all the places you went, all the crazy magical phenomenon you discussed and encountered.
I will give him some of the crystals as well.
Okay, excellent. He will definitely be thrilled to see these things, and just it's going to be very wonderful with the kind of power source, and this will be incredible with a number of things we can do here, and Audrey is like kind of taps him on the head a little bit there. Like, oh right, sorry, too fast, too much.
It's all good, dude.
Miles at him.
I mean, don't forget, I'm used to listening to multiple voices all at the same time, so just one's quite nice.
Yeah.
Even if it is a mile a minute.
So he definitely has a number of questions and things for you, obviously, and is going to grill you on that for as long as you can stand, pretty much, or until you either Audrey drags him off or Elliot drags you off.
Mm-hmm.
But he will. The couple of things that you do know is that he's essentially been hard at work upgrading and working on defenses. He seems to be going a little bit overboard almost, but better safe than sorry kind of thing. He's also been developing trying to develop some more Mizium in there, and has managed to not blow anything up. So
nice, good job.
Well, I mean, that wasn't Mizium related. The one explosion wasn't Mizium related, but it had to be. But it's all fixed and all repaired now. No big deal.
Mm-hmm.
There's he does tell you that he does continually check in on the temple, and not so much like going there like every day, but he does like watch it and check in, and just sometimes it's like he just goes, well, go over to the forge and go check what things there and just watch the temple for a little bit there before he goes in. So he definitely is keeping an eye on things, and so far it's all quiet. The city itself is strangely quiet overall. It's like
well, that's unsettling.
Yeah, like he's expecting something to blow up or something to come invade or something terrible to happen there. But yeah, I mean, other than a couple of hunting patrols having to go out and deal with a troll wandering a little too close to the city or too close to the hunting grounds, there hasn't really been much in the way for any issues.
Mm-hmm.
The Baron is doing his job. Everyone else in town is producing goods, selling goods, doing all they need to do here. The more warehouses are being built. up in the warehouse section there. And just slowly, it's just town continues.
Hmm.
Um,
And
So-
when Alden brings up the temple,
Mhm.
I am going to mention that vision that I had, and you know the what's it called? The things that are occurring all over the place.
yeah, the little rifts are opening.
The rifts,
Yeah.
yes.
I don't think there's anything happening here that aspect. There've been no strange surges of energy. There's been no weird creatures around. I don't know if it's because of our somewhat remote location or something is warding them off, or um, it's. I don't think there's anything so far. I don't think anything's really been a problem here that I can tell. But I will watch for them more to make sure. Knowing that I will spend some more time patrolling and sending my familiar and my clockwork constructs to spy and move around and check on places and observe for anything else. And I'm sure if there's reports from many of the hunters out in the woods that they're and like
And so on and so forth.
yes, you just kind of keep there. But so far, at least. I mean, doesn't seem to be anything major. Any
So what's
major
happening with
problems.
you and Audrey anyway? She not had any babies yet? What's going on?
And he turns just beat red all over his face. His whole face turns red. Like
That was the
no,
desired effect.
no, we're not. Well, it's um, now is not the time for those
Okay.
that sort of thing there. Maybe down the road when we both feel the ready and necessity and need and desire and it's like he literally like whereas
You're
Elden
broken.
usually just like spews out a ton of words there, it's a lot of stuttering and stops and difficulty like forming the right word.
You broke Eldon.
I thought there'd have been a whole load of Mernigs knocking around by now.
No, it's not.
Football team.
No, I just there's too much to do, and Audrey's too valuable in what she's doing, and she has her own things that she's trying to do, and well, I think that it's now's not the time.
Okay.
Someday.
Uh-huh.
And at that point, I mean, Audrey and Elliot have gone, have left the room. Kind of the two of you just at some point, just as you're just talking and talking and talking, they kind of wander off to do their own things for a little bit there. So we'll assume that she's not in the room for that part.
Oh. I mean, to be fair, I want to make him blush. This is the person that's walked in on me and Elliot in a room like, Alden, get out, leave, go, get out. We're not wearing any clothes, leave. And he was just like,
Yep. Just unaware, and so
I need to put these wires through the ceiling. No, you don't. Get out.
Yep. Yes.
You need to put the wires through the ceiling.
Yes,
I remember that episode.
There are no wires through your room anymore. It's all been taken care of because between Elliot and Audrey, they're not going to let him destroy the inside of the house.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
And Iris, and so
Yeah.
he's and even Sebastian kind of reins him in a bunch too. It's like no, leave the house alone.
He needs to be left alone.
Oh.
Yeah.
I miss Alden.
Yeah, I mean he looks good. He's getting a little softer on the middle maybe. As he's been obviously frenetic energy, but he's been sitting on his butt a lot more, doing a lot of like work here instead of running around with you guys. So, he also tends to levitate and fly around more, so he's not
getting any exercise
because he can essentially. It's a lot easier to levitate up to there than try to climb up a ladder and do the physical. Just up there and take care of something.
I'm assuming that Audrey's taking good care of him too, so he's eating home cooked meals and stuff.
Yeah, so he's getting kind of that fat and happy stage.
Yeah.
So
Good.
Yeah. But he all the doodads and gadgets he normally would have. He's not running around in armor all the time anymore, but he's definitely got protective items on him. Lots of mana tech, little things like that. You see his little critters and little owl flying around a bunch of times there. Will fly in at one point, you'll send it back out and do something else. And so he's definitely doing a lot. And even while he's talking there, there's like things happening that he's still keeping track of.
Mm-hmm.
So, anything else there in Raven's Crest for you? Checking in, looking into stuff, inquiring about things.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Just want to hang out with Elliot, really. Well, we've got some downtime.
You definitely are able to do so, and kind of pick and choose where you eat, how you eat, who you eat with, who you visit with. When she does, when she's back in town, she does let you know that when she is in town there, she tends to go and visit her brothers, her brother and her sister a lot, checking with folks around town and everything, and has been sort of like keeping tabs on folks and kind of acting. You realize more and more that the air of this place, as you're good at reading people as well, there, it's becoming busier, but it's beginning to feel more like an actual city. As people are kind of coming and going there, and things are being built up. I mean, like, they're not like adding second stories and growing up. It's just like there's just more around. There's people are definitely looking more prosperous, a little more, a little less folksy, and more like better clothes. Obviously, having mana tech and things that are on them, people are wandering around looking more prosperous. And there's always talk of the Baron, and when you're out with Elia, he's kind of the Baroness in a way, or she's sort of, and the did it? I don't remember if it already happened or if it was only announced. And I've got my notes here. Did the mayor's wedding happen yet?
Mm-mm.
No.
It was announced. It's right.
Mhm.
It is still coming up. Yes,
Mhm.
that's what it is. So yes, it has been announced that the mayor and Elia's brother are getting married. And that's still a you don't have a date set for that, but it's going to happen at some point.
Okay. Good.
And so it's like Elia's family with Elia's sister being kind of captain of the guard, and her being protector of the forests, and her brother being like the highest ranking people. Like her brother's actually kind of taking over the business side of things of the father's stuff. He's doing more actual like the baron type stuff. So they're becoming sort of like the more influential people in the city itself as well. So there's always this like, well, you get a lot of looks and a lot of like whispers and people pointing and stuff like that, of you and her together.
Okay.
Bit of a celebrity kind of thing. I mean,
Okay.
the people that know you are just like, oh yeah, yes. I mean, the Benzingers and the people at the Jewel Flag and everyone else. I mean, people that you've met in the past, they're all just like, oh yeah, hey, how you doing? Whereas everyone else is like, ooh, a lot more of the townsfolk who you haven't really kind of come down with. They're kind of like that pointing and looking and oh, there.
I just want to telepathically just say boo to people.
I mean, you do, and it kind of adds to the I guess almost excitement of it. Like, what was that? Oh, is that? Yeah. Yep.
Silly.
Yeah, it's odd. I mean, you're not used to being in a place where you're known and like this well known. It's, and you can see Debbie took a bit of a toll on Elliot as well. Like you realize why she spends a lot of time up in the forest, away from everything,
Yeah.
because it's a little much to deal with sometimes.
Yeah. I mean,
But she's
just tell him that you don't want to be stared at. There's no reason why you should tolerate it if you don't feel comfortable with it.
it's not so much that. It's more just that I wasn't ever that. I mean, yes, somewhat being because my family is wealthy and everything, but and that was a bit of a I wouldn't say black sheep, but an odd sheep of the family. Um, but
Yeah.
it's yeah, exactly. So it's what it is. I don't know.
Well, I mean, most of these people have known you since you were knee high to a
Yeah,
ferret.
and those ones don't seem to be an issue. It's like people that like. There's been a lot of people moving here too. There's a lot of new
Mm.
people living here now too, and so like there's more houses being built. There's more businesses going in. There's more people visiting. It's they're gonna have to probably build another inn pretty soon.
Right. Yeah.
It's
Crazy.
You're gonna have to expand the walls of the city for 'em in a bit.
potentially, yeah. I mean, there are some areas that are still. I mean, there is still space along the walls out here. There's still things being built out this way. Um,
Can't go
yeah,
too far though because of the forest.
yeah, yeah, and you can't really go north. It's essentially they're maybe going out to the east because that's that's the road out to the farms. So
Yeah.
they could expand that direction if they needed to, but
Yeah.
it's there's a yeah there's a there's a lot of change happening. So
Indeed.
um
It's good.
so with that Sora,
Yes, sir.
we're gonna cut the break. When we come back to you, there's a little bit more to deal with on your end,
Uh-huh.
obviously.
I'm
So
still
we
under
will.
house arrest. Yep.
Yep. And so we'll go back there. Let's get the break for the moment here, and we'll get some drinks and do what we need to do, and be back in a few minutes.
One.
And we're back. So Sora, you so for all of you actually right now, you spend a couple of days of just kind of just relaxing, hanging out with family, having things made, spending time with your loved ones, and or being under house arrest.
Oh,
Um,
if this was days, I probably would have whispered Strolux and Amethyst to let her know that I am sitting in the embassy and I'm
yep,
not allowed to leave the city.
yep. Well, after your first day there, you do have a visitor.
Ooh,
Two,
a
in fact.
visitor.
Yes,
Ooh,
as it
don't
is
want to
it
know.
is, of course, yeah. It is Tundra and Doldra.
Of course it is.
I mean, you're there, and they get word of that, and so Doldra's, of course, is um being the little book nerd that she is there, just sort of like comes up and gives you sort of that awkward like sister hug of
Mm-hmm.
like um
Oh, do I have my backpack, Jim?
um
Because they took my weapons and magical items, and my attenuators have been pulled out.
yeah um probably. Well, what was all in your backpack?
Books.
Books, and yeah, you have those. Yeah,
Okay, I'll.
Standing stone.
No, that's in my pocket. I'm gonna
yeah,
send
fine.
the back. I'll tell her. I said, Doldris, there's a backpack over there full of all kinds of new books I found from Jakal.
Oh, well, thank you. I will definitely enjoy perusing these. Thank you very much. Are you okay? And
Hmm.
Tundra at this point is like, I'm sure she's fine. So your activities have finally come around to bite you in the ass, as they say.
That's a new one. I'm giggling because because vampire flashed in my head.
Yeah,
Asses and boobs, huh? Uh, yeah, no, sure they have, but I did the thing, so it'll get
of
fixed.
course.
It'll do its thing.
I'm sure it will be resolved. Uh, I do understand that you've made quite a name for yourself in various places and circles, so this is good. I think that I'm sure this will be fine without any intervention. Not that I could do much anything anyway, specifically, but I've been assured that you will be released soon.
They want to do this trial thing, so
Hmm. Well, I'm sure. I I have been assured that it will come to a conclusion soon, and I don't think they will be pursuing any prison time or anything like that.
well, that's good.
And you get the impression that she, at least on some level, might think it'd be good for you.
Obviously,
um,
the
uh,
caretakers are for, right?
yeah. So, um, Dole just was like, well, I will say that, thanks to you, our operations are moving along very nicely, and um, all the efforts with the Raven's Crest and everything else seems to be going well for the summer. So, I I know you're not one for business, but I do think that you should be aware that things are doing well, and no small part to you.
Well,
And Tondra just sort of like gloweringly nods.
agrees but doesn't really want to. Yeah, I
Yeah,
get it.
exactly. Yeah, it's
Mhm.
sort of like, "Mm, yep."
Mhm, 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 yeah.
Um, well, while they're there, actually, you will get the one of the people working at the embassy there will. We've received a summons for you, Sora. It seems that the magistrate is calling on you to resolve the matter of uh, uh, however it's going to be. So uh, you may wish to prepare yourself, and it should be within the hour. They've been sending someone to escort you.
Okay. More fish.
Of course. And eventually you'll have like uh essentially um they have a lot of like dried fish and stuff like that because again it can't always be fresh, but there's a
Mhm,
good amount of like dried fish that is brought out to you, a little platter there with some cheese and crackers and things like that to kind of whatever you wanted to go with it there. Um and so you're able to kind of have a quick snack there. Doldress has a little bit as well, just because Tundra just sort of like,
mhm,
well,
mhm.
we should be going then. If you need to go and deal with this, it sounds like this is going to be resolved as sooner than we had hoped. So,
R- When this is all over and done with, remind me to tell you guys the whole story. I'm sure you're getting snippets and pieces of information, but it may not be all of it.
well, it would be good to hear from someone who was there, of course. So I thank you for your restraint in these matters and dealing with things. And on some level, you can be assured that, well, I am proud that you're doing this. She
Who's that?
responds to, this is Altandra.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, hi.
It's, We have not seen eye to eye on a lot of things, and I'm sure we never will on some. But at least I will acknowledge that you are taking responsibility. So you
Thanks.
and you can't help. I mean, are you wearing the armor still?
Uh-huh. I sure am.
But you can't help but like looking at this like the fancy armor you're wearing, and like you know the weapons on you, but you at least have like
Mhm.
that much there, and just like you obviously done very well for yourself, and everything I've heard has been quite glowing in its terms. So
Well,
continue.
this was a gift from a dragon. Um, but yeah.
And she just sort of blinks a little bit. See, well, yes, the story would be good. And so the door just give me a little bit of a smile there, kind of adjusting her glasses.
Mhm.
Gives you a little nod over behind your grandmother. And with that, they will kind of take their leave, and you'll be essentially with- within the hour. The two guards come up there, similar to the guys that were before there, escort you up to the magistrate, and you're taken into the magistrate's chamber, same as before. You're not escorted into the holding area beforehand. They're just being straight in there.
Well, they took
And when you
everything, so there's nothing
yeah
else to.
yeah they're not making you wait essentially anywhere, but they're just taking you straight on in. And the magistrate's there. Same bailiff is there as well. Another bailiff and typical things there. And uh, Sora Nakasis, Lexaurus,
Yep.
you have, while your infractions, let's just say, are a matter of concern, there is a tremendous amount of, well, information that you have been acting in a forthright and heroic manner. And for that, dispensation must be, consideration must be taken.
Is it
The
the elf
This is
person?
this is the magistrate. No, this is the magistrate there. He's a
Okay.
human, the older human there. He's just the guy there behind the podium, or behind the big table. You are uh, the pendant may be considered as a gift. Lord Bartleridge is not going to press the matter, and the charges regarding your potentially misguided, problematic actions along the road uh, in your earlier heroic deeds will be overlooked. However, on one condition, there is something that needs to be done, and the Baron, sorry, the Lord of Shorehaven, would like your cooperation in a matter regarding the military.
What about the military?
A rather problematic prisoner has been delivered to Shorehaven and must be brought to before the military tribunal in Dravia. We understand we understand that you and your associates have quite mobility, quite mobile. They have ways of traveling that is not
Mm-hmm.
as easily accessible to even some military.
How many people are we taking with us? Just the one?
There would be 4, him and 4 accomplices that were captured.
Source trying to do math. Yeah, I think we can manage that depending on because we're going that way anyways, I believe.
Well, good to know. That is fortuitous. Uh, a moment then. We will make arrangements for you to discuss the matter with the people that are in charge of this situation, and you will be able to uh, go freely about as a citizen once more. Bailiff,
Mhm.
allow her to gather her things, and we will then adjourn to the meeting hall.
Um, we really should gather my people in on this too. A friend of mine, Strolux, has the ability to do like an image with sending.
Hmm. Um, I
I
it's
say
something we,
friend because I'm assuming they don't know our relationship.
there's no reason these guys would.
Cool.
Um, uh, well, the initial that's something for the future, I'm sure. We just need to make sure this is all taken care of initially here.
Okay.
So, what you choose to do with the information that's presented and who you bring in is all up to you. So, I will merely presiding over the issue and rendering judgment and
Hmm.
making the arrangements for your release. So, he's case adjourned, and you are let back into the room where you took all your stuff there, and the case is unlocked, and all of your stuff is there. While you kind of get things back into place there, the little artificer guy comes in and kind of reaffixes all of your Manatech stuff there. Um, it's not currently charged because it does discharge when it's not there, so it'll have to charge up the next day. But
Hmm.
you should be able to get all that taken care of. There you go. Everything is in place. So please, and the big bailiff, thank you. You may go, and I will escort you to the meeting hall. So, are you all ready?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll
You're
put stuff back on.
walked off to a meeting hall, and you enter into it really is just a big table, chairs around there. It looks like a meeting hall, almost like a big dining room almost.
Hmm.
But it's just a big table there. And you'll see a dude in a military uniform, Gervon military uniform, naval military uniform, is there, along with obviously a an officer of some kind with a like a lieutenant or something sitting next to him there. And sitting at the table also is uh, a somewhat short red-haired woman
Okay.
at the table there as well. Um, the officer, please be seated. I uh, I assume you've been as part of your arrangement there, you'll be working to transport a prisoner for us.
Uh-huh.
I've been told there. I'll let you fill you in on the information here. First of all, uh, I am Captain Lenorn, and I am the one who will be I will be putting the I will be releasing the prisoner into your care once the arrangements have been made.
And who's the
Um,
prisoner?
it was a deserter from the Gervon military, a traitor actually. One former Lieutenant Koresh. He, along with a crew of people, were engaging in piracy and a rather number of other unsavory activities and were captured by a group there, including this person over here. And, well, hi there. My name's Kiva, Thora. Um, we're, I got the pleasure of being along with the escort to come down here and deliver this prisoner. Part of the group that captured him in the first place. So, um, and she's like, you obviously you know who this person is, and she's not
Yep.
giving in the fact that she knows you in front of these guys who was here.
I am smart enough to know that she's trying to keep that a secret. Yep.
Yep. So, yeah. So, a group of us found their hiding place and made sure that they were taken out. We captured a number of them. We put down the rest for the most part. But the leader and a few of his lieutenants, or I guess officers, whatever you want to call them. I'm not really a maritime person, so yeah. We captured them and delivered them and made sure they were brought in. We put in a Northport. They wanted them transported down to here, and the plan is to bring him back to Dravier for full military tribunal trial, whatever.
So we have to take him back alive.
Oh yeah, he's definitely alive. I mean, you're
No, I
not.
mean like he has to arrive alive.
Well, I mean, the officer's like, well, you're not. He's going to stand trial, yes. So, he's not going to do that if he's dead.
Okay.
And his
But like, am
that may
I
be the
going to get in trouble if he dies along the way?
that's why we're under escort. So I don't know why you would be asking that exactly, but um, it is expected that yes, he'll be delivered alive.
He obviously doesn't know who he's talking to.
I know.
He obviously has no clues talking to.
I mean,
I mean,
it's yes, he and his associates are bound to do to stand trial. So that is
so
the
like,
intent that he
you
would
know,
arrive alive.
I'm waiting options here: airship or teleport. It all
Um,
depends. And if
no,
we go by airship, and
I will leave that to you and how you arrange that. It's a matter of importance that he arrive. If, and if there's other options available to you, then by all means, you take them. Um,
who also
and
going? Obviously, Kiva was it?
yeah, Kiva.
Kiva and him. Who else is going with us?
There are three of his accomplices that are with him as well.
So the
They have,
four of them and Kiva, and who else? So, are
well,
any
I
of
don't
you?
necessarily need to go to Dravier so much. I just wanted to make sure they got all the way here, and I intend to potentially visit some friends in the area before we head back. And she literally gives you a wink, just like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
mm,
yeah. I'm totally catching on, but I'm trying to word it in my head before I say it out
hmm
loud. Um,
and and then the officer is no dummy. He's sort of like kind of like glancing back and forth a little bit there, and it's like, uh, um, the prisoner is he's locked up here now, and when your arrangements have been made, or whatever they are, then we will release him into your custody. Um, there will be a pair of um, uh, they will make on the arrangements you make there, depending on which are available to you. We will ensure that a guard is placed so that the transfer can be done seamlessly.
right, right. So essentially, I would be taking 5 people with me.
Or make sure that somebody meets you on the other end.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yes. Well, then I believe here that we will contact you with the arrangements, and um, when you contact us at the at the at the headquarters, once your arrangements have been made and you're ready to take the prisoner into your custody
Hmm.
and transport them, we will make sure it's done so.
Will do. Thanks.
Of
Appreciate it.
course. Yes. Good to meet you, Sora.
You too. She says hi, by the way, and then I
Um,
follow them out. I guess is where they're going.
sure. Yeah, those ideas where you, you can this way and kind of lead you back outside.
Hmm.
You're not very far away, and Key will kind of just nonchalantly step up next to you there. It's up there, so it's not quite so obvious with the big bright orange hair. But
Mhm.
well, I'll make sure to say hi too. She didn't know I was going to be here, so
Mm.
it's
Well,
fine. Well, I should
she
say,
totally did. She whispered when we were talking this morning. Totally told
Mhm.
me you were gonna be here.
No, she didn't know. There's no way.
She did.
She did tell me, but listen, I don't know how she knew.
Oh,
Just got psychic abilities. I don't know.
yeah, she's kind of the most psychic one of the bunch, so yeah, that makes sense, I suppose. Maybe she grilled her for information.
You do know that who this man is to her, right?
I'm aware. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Um.
you're asking me to take him back to Dravier, huh?
Well. Yeah. I think he needs to answer for what he's done. That's kind of the whole point.
Yeah, it is. I'm just worried he's not gonna make it alive. That's all.
Oh, I can talk
Uh.
to him without touching him. It's okay.
Yeah. I think it'd be best to make sure that he gets there alive. I mean, whatever efforts you can do to make sure that happens. Um. I mean, he's got no weapons. He's got nothing on him.
You've met her, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't have to touch him to make him alive.
Well, I mean, she's not
Unalive.
she's not a cold-blooded murderer.
This is true, but yeah, I'll have to talk to her, give her a heads up before we, just do the thing.
Well, you may as well give her a heads up that I'm not here by myself.
You're not?
No,
Oh,
Gildar's here too.
how's that going?
It's going real well. It's a little strange, but yeah, it's going real well.
Great.
I mean,
So I did tell them that I got arrested, and
right.
I did kind of hope that they were on their way here, but I don't know if they're on their way here.
Of
I'll
course
have
not.
to. No, it's like, why would they do that? I got into this mess myself. I'll get out of it.
Yep. So so yeah. Well, see what. We're staying at down by the dock area there, one of the inns. Um uh um so when you get things arranged, we'll kind of meet up with you, and I'm sure once we figure out how things are going to happen, you can go ahead and let everybody know.
Yeah, I think I might start with Lucas because he's the one that's going to be doing all of this.
Uh, Whatever you need to do.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks,
So
Kiva.
you bet.
Appreciate it.
The rip sale's where we're staying. So yeah,
The rip sale.
the
Okay.
rip sale, yeah. And you know that place. It's a decent place. It's
Mhm.
not like a high end fancy place, but it's not a dive either. It's actually good. The ripped sale. Yeah.
Ripped. Okay, as in broken.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right. I'll catch up with you.
Alrighty.
Hey. How well do you trust the guardsman to keep him locked up and where
Well,
he's at?
I think he's a little too high profile right now for anything to really be happen there. I mean, I don't know Shorehaven real well. This is the first time I've been in really here for any length of time. So I mean, we just got in a little over a day ago. So yeah, I think it's overall he should be safe. They want this guy,
Okay.
so um, we'll have to see.
Yeah.
I mean, if before he's in your custody, then it happens to him, and then it happens to him. But can't really do much about that right now because we don't have access to him.
Right. Right. Are
Uh,
you coming with us? Or you and him
I
going
think
off?
we, I think we're actually gonna travel back up the road a bit there and stop in at Raven's Crest. Go visit Elliot.
So where Amethyst is now.
Well, yeah. I mean, I assume we're gonna we'll wait here for her to come here, then we'll go there.
Okay. That'll
Yeah.
work.
Yeah. I mean, I assume she's got to come here. So.
Well, I assumed they were on their way here. I doubt that they are, but
Yeah.
assumptions.
Nope.
So I'm gonna go give him a call.
Okay. Well, I can check in with her too. I'll save you a sending.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't tell her about him.
Uh,
Probably should come from me, unless you think you can calm her down.
I mean, it might get her here faster.
Good luck. I'm gonna go talk to Lucas.
Okay. All right. So, Amethyst.
Hello.
It's kind of mid-morning ish. It's not early, but it's like 10:30 or so, somewhere around there. And you hear a familiar voice speaking aloud to you.
Mm-hmm.
Dearest Amethyst, how are you this morning?
Hi.
Hi there. Um,
I'm well. How are you? I'm here with Elliot.
I'm good. Oh, of course you are. That makes sense. Well, I need you to haul your furry little butt down here to Storehaven.
Oh, is
Yeah.
this about Sora? She got arrested, you know.
Yeah, she kind of did, but I think it's been pretty well resolved at this point here. But
Well, that's good to know.
yeah, I just saw her a little bit ago, in fact. So, yeah, I think you'll want to come on down here. Want to see you, and Eildor
Okay.
too. He's here too.
Oh,
We're on a bit of
right.
we're on a bit of a cruise.
Let me see how fast I can get there. Mm-hmm.
Just think happy thoughts.
Think happy thoughts. I don't think that's going to happen. Um,
Now it'll be good to
if
see you.
yeah, it would be good if the four of us could get together. That would be awesome. Leave it with me and I'll see it. Maybe we can take the airship when they're done with it. How fast do you need me to be there? How long are you staying?
I mean, the sooner the better. I
Okay.
mean, we're not planning on heading out right away, but I think there's some. It'd be good to get down here sooner.
Okay. All right. Let me go talk to Elliot and make a few, reach out to a few people and see what I can do, and I'll let you know.
Okay.
Let my people get in contact with your people. Is that what you basically just said?
Well, no, because basically I'm going to see if Lucas wants to go, and if he doesn't, then I'm going to have to try and find out how long the airship's going to be or how long it's going to take us to get there in other ways. I suppose it's not far, really. We could maybe, I don't know,
She's
ride or...
Druid. She can travel by plant.
How do you know what she can do?
Because she's a druid.
Has she been to Shorehaven?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't.
Should ask her.
That's one of the people I've got to speak to.
Okay. So
I'll see.
Well then let us know when you're on your way. We'll make sure to meet you, and we'll can't wait to see you.
Yeah, me too. It'd be good to see us all four together.
So yeah, you'll go ahead and actually the cut there, and Lucas, you got your message from Sora. What's your plan? It's not hard to get a hold of. I mean, Esk has been kind of hanging around either you, the shop, the embassy, or with Grimbars. He's been kind of making his way around here for the most part. Pretty much one place or the other. So, or the Temple Taken.
He's got sending, haven't you?
Yeah, well, I've got sendings down. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys, and enough to kind of enough to catch up to each other.
I know where Grim lives.
Yep.
Are you going straight there, or are you coming to Ravenscrest first?
Well, I can't go straight to Shorehaven.
You've never been there.
Never
Oh yeah,
been.
you've never been there. Okay.
Yeah, I can gather the people up and get us to Raven's Crest if they're willing to cut.
I
Okay.
bet you Nels has.
Oh, you so Grim-esque, you guys meet up with Lucas. You make the jump, make the teleportation circle to Raven's Quest. And yes, it was this.
I need to know why Lucas is going to Shorehaven, because she just wanted me and Elliot to go, didn't she?
No,
Question mark?
Sora wanted everybody.
Yeah, but
Sure.
I don't know that.
No,
Oh,
because Kiva
Kiva
asked.
told me she wanted me and Elliot to come, so I'm wondering why Lucas has come here like bam all of a sudden. Like, huh?
yep. Well, there you go.
What's going on there?
Oh, Sora asked me to gather people into
Something's
Shorehaven.
going on. Something's going on here. That's weird. Okay. She got arrested, you know.
She know how busy I am.
Oh yeah, you're just terribly busy.
You don't want to see Sora with a ball and chain? What's wrong with you?
Well, that's still in Drakal.
I got
I
one of
don't know
those.
that yet. I don't know that she's been to jail yet.
You don't.
Well, if you're in
Lucas
Raven's
just got it.
Crest now, then you do.
Mhm.
So yeah, so it doesn't take long to meet up with Lucas. You to meet up with Esk and Grim. You guys can grab your stuff, whatever you need to have with you, and then the teleport to Raven's Crest. There you go.
Bring my tower.
Sure.
Mhm.
Is
Yeah,
the ship
I'll-
still gone?
Let's see. It's been a little while. So yeah, it's probably there and back by now. You guys have been.
Okay.
He dropped you off, picked up a load of stuff there, took off, and you've been. I mean, it's been at this point about 4 or 5 days total. You guys been there. So it's been. The ship will be back. It just got back in, but discussing with Elia. Yeah, Elia's been to Shorehaven.
Okay.
Thinking about. Yeah, I think I can do something there.
Put the map up for Shorehaven. So I know where it's at.
It's on the coast.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys were here, then you went to here, and Shorehaven's down here.
I thought it was the one farther south in Greywater.
Yeah, no, it's still on this part up here. Yeah, it's right there. That's Greenhoof down there. That's the lighthouse place.
That's where the lighthouse was. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Shorehaven's still part of the northern part there, but it's sort of the primary naval port. So yeah. So as you're waiting for Lucas, and as you're talking about it there, this, Elliot's like, yeah, I can get us there.
All of us?
Oh, yeah, all of you, huh? As Lucas arrived at the teleportation circle.
Apparently, Sora's asked them to go. Kiva asked us to go. So I guess we're all going.
Okay. Yeah, I can get us there. Sure.
Awesome.
Yeah,
That's cool.
I've only done this a couple of times, but I do know how. Let's see. Where's the best place? One's just a
Closer to the prison, the better, I guess.
Probably the best place to go. Closest place to go. Let's go up to the big tree out by up here.
Okay.
So, Lucas, Grim, as you arrive in Raven's Crest for the first time in a while, you will take note that it's just definitely things are growing. There's more people around. There's obviously more Manatech visible between the lighting and people just walking around with stuff there. You don't see any like damage or anything missing or anything like that. I think most houses are like any of the places that maybe have been a little bit run down before have been revitalized and improved on. A lot of renovations happening. New little places being built in various spots, like little cottages and more housing being built for people. So yeah, it's definitely things are changing a bit here. It's definitely seems to be more crowded. There's more people around. But Elia kind of gathers you all up there, and you guys head on up to the warehouse district of the Northeast,
Mm-hmm.
the newly appointed warehouse district. And while there's four here, and you know this one here is Sora's family's warehouse here. There are more being built around the side here. There's sort of some foundations are being met, some building materials are being stacked up here. There are more definitely going to be built or in the process of being constructed around here. The actual, as you pass by the wood cutting place there, it's been expanded. There's a lot more lumber. There's a lot more. There's workers coming and going. There's a couple of different wagons kind of loading and unloading. They're definitely a little more active than before. And so you guys heading up to the tree there. And is there anything else you need to do beforehand, or anything you want to check in with or check on?
Don't think so.
Okay. So
What I want, I'll send LD.
okay. Right. So this tree up here is one of the largest in town. It's a very broad. The tree isn't as tall as some other trees are, but it's just this massive, wide base to it. It's tall, but not. You see the forest to the north is definitely taller, but this tree has this like winding, gnarled roots and this really massive, wide trunk on it. And she's like, okay, well, so just so you know, there's going to be an opening, and you just got to run through it. Okay?
Okay.
Don't wait too long.
Don't you mean
Right.
we? She's not coming with you?
Well, I mean, I'm going. I mean, I assume I'm coming too, but she
Yeah.
hasn't said it to me. Yeah.
That-
So I'm
keep
just
that
gonna. You all go
on.
go through first, and I'll go through last. So, yeah.
Okay.
So essentially, you watch, and she kind of like just makes some motions there, says something in Druidic, and there's a line that sort of it's got a jagged line that forms down the tree, this green glowing line that forms on the tree there, as it just sort of parts. It doesn't tear open. There's no sound. It just sort of like as this opening appears, and he said, go on through. And she kind of waves you on through there.
Yep.
You move through, and Elia moves through with you, and you step out into a very different feeling place. It's summertime, but the forest up in Aries Crest is a little bit cooler being in the forest it is there, whereas Shorehaven is definitely warmer. It's on the coast, and you are now standing. I don't have a city map here, but you're effectively standing like within view of the city walls. There's actually a large stone wall around the exterior of the city that goes all the way down to the water's edge on the south side of the city there. And you can kind of see where there's also a large road that travels up along this river that kind of is there. And so there's this river sort of like the road itself kind of follows the river north. So kind of up this way, and then goes up into up the Raven's Crest. So you find that as you step out through this opening, there's a similar opening in the tree that you're walking out of here that then seals up, and the line kind of reverses back there and like zips itself back up, and light fades, and the tree seems unharmed. And the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you are all there.
Nice. That was awesome.
Well, I'm glad I remember this place because I haven't traveled here by a tree before, but I knew of this tree, so I was able to go there.
Awesome.
So
I didn't even know you could do that.
it's something I recently figured out. Yeah,
Mhm.
she's still a couple levels behind you, but she's
Yeah.
been gaining levels, just slower.
Mhm.
Whew. a little bit spent. It's a 6th level spell, so it's the highest she can cast.
Mhm.
So, well, and she kind of points to where there is a sort of essentially a little bit of a road that you're on there. It isn't a well established road there, but it does go up to toward the river, and there's a bridge over the river that meets up with the main road that goes to the main gate. So you're able to kind of follow the road there, up over the bridge, and then to the left into the main gate there. And the gates are open. It's basically early, like late morning now, probably around maybe just before noon, essentially. The gates are open. The guards just sort of like wave you, kind of all look at you a little strangely, but don't stop you or anything else, as there's nothing there. So kind of wave you on in. Um, you can see there's actually a wagon that's coming along the road there, heading in your direction too. So you kind of like heading before the wagon. You head into the city there, and
I'll do a sending to Kiva and say, so update.
I'll be with
Uh,
Kiva in the ripped sail.
Okay.
Waiting for them.
We're in Shorehaven. Where are you?
we're at the Rip Sail down by the dock. Have you been here before, have you?
Nope.
Right. Okay then. Tell you what. You can probably fast way to do this. Find a place to sit down. There should be some parks there, some little benches, some pretty little parks up there. Find a seat there, and I'll come find you.
Okay.
Okay. You will see, like you will see kind of off the side there. There actually, as you enter the main gate, there's a very wide boulevard that has like trees and plants and like very manicured trees and plants going down the center of this wide boulevard. And sure enough, off to the left side is a very lush-looking park area with plants and benches and a big fountain that's spewing water up into the air. You find your way over that way.
Uh-huh.
It's Lucas. It's not as hot as an old Karoon, and it's definitely more humid than an old Karoon ever was here. As you are in a coastal city, it's warmer than Raven's Crest was, but not unpleasantly so. It's a little climate-wise, a little bit like San Diego, if you've been there, or any coastal warm city. But yeah, there's trees and shrubs everywhere. A lot of the square buildings they're kind of the square, and as I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of like squat square buildings that have little roofs on top there. But a lot of the roofs have like plants on the roof there that are kind of dangling over the sides. A lot of like planter boxes and windows that have little plants in them. Pretty much this place has it has that almost an oasis feel of being a coastal place there with a lot of trees and plants and flowers pretty much everywhere you look. You're sitting for maybe 10 minutes, if that. And with this, you kind of spot a familiar looking redhead just running toward you. Just and like she slows down to a trot there and walks up to you, and she's not even winded. She sprinted most of the way here. She's not even winded. She's like looks like this. Oh, wow, you're all here. Great. And she moves into hug Elia and you. Kind of waves to the other folks there. Like a guess, you're Grimbar. Points at you there, Grim. And one thing about you'll kind of take note that you swear this she's human, but she's definitely got a bit of dwarf heritage. Just in the way, she's a little broad-shouldered, a little square of the jaw. There, the very orangey red hair, not recent. She's definitely not dwarven to be considered dwarf, even a half dwarf or anything else like that. But she definitely has some dwarf somewhere in her heritage. but she is considered human now. But yeah, she's like, well, nice to
Halfling
meet you
maybe,
there.
but not dwarf. Halfling.
No, not quite. And she's about 5'6" or so. She's not she's definitely too tall for a dwarf as well. But yeah, she's like, oh well, good to see you all. And Lucas, nice to see you again. So I briefly at the house. I think you were there. I've heard all about you anyway. And you, pointing to the kobold there,
We all
must
saved her
be.
from Wraith.
That's right, of course. Oh my goodness. But you weren't there, and you weren't there. She pointed to, and you're Esk, right? And so pointed at because Grim and Esk were not there.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah, of course. Uh, I was kind of a bit unconscious at the time there, so I kind of my brain was a little bit fuzzy at the time, so I apologize. But yeah, of course, good to see you again, Lucas. And well, Thora and Aguilar are down at the Rip Sale. Take you all down there.
Oh, she's free then.
Yeah, of course she is. She's fine.
I've not heard from her. I was waiting to hear from her, and she's not said anything.
Oh,
So,
well,
it's good to know.
I mean, it did just happen an hour or so ago. So, yeah, yeah. So, well, let's head on out this way. And so she kind of leads you on a less brisk pace back through the city.
Yeah, we
heading
can't talk about
down.
action dash.
Yeah. Yes. And she seems to be a little bit faster than normal too. So, yeah. So, she's obviously holding back on her pace, but she's sort of like, this is, and you're kind of pointing out to Amethyst and Elia. Elia's like just fascinated by all the flowers and trees and everything else here. It's just, I haven't been here for a long time, but it's really pretty. I like it here, but it's too manicured for my taste. Elia's just like, well, it's better than, I mean,
Smells like
Draver,
fish.
well, yeah, most coastal places do. But it's a little stronger where we're headed because we're actually at the warehouse place, and they do a lot of fishing there and ship out a lot of fish and everything else there. So that's where we're headed at least. And so the conversation just kind of just pleasantries and just a lot of talking about the way how this place differs from Dravier, how this differs from. She'll mention being at the Enlightened Isles. It's just so quiet there, kind of boring, kind of, but I think that really nice and peaceful and a really good place to be for a while, that's for sure. But it's nice to be someplace with with more people, a little more going on. And Grim and Lucas there, she talks quite a bit, and this is. He's just like, not that fast-paced like blur that Esk is, that Eldon is, but she's just very chatty and very talkative, and definitely, definitely holding something back. But there's a lot. There's as much as you say, there's a lot she's not saying specifically. But
we have been told that she helped to take down Koresh, and that she would be
I don't
going.
think she knows that you were you were told that.
No, but I'm going to mention him. I'm going to say, so he helped to take down Koresh.
Kind of falters a bit there.
What happened to him?
What
did you do with him?
That's part of what. Well, we'll tell you all about it once everyone's together. But that's kind of part of the reason why we're here.
Something was going on.
Who else are we waiting for?
Well, we're going to meet up with Sora and Gilor. Once we're all together, we can kind of sit down and over a drink or two and tell the whole sordid tale and what's going on.
I will tell Esk and Grimbar that Gildor and Kiva are the other two that Elia and I are connected to. And it's very exciting that all four of us are together because it's been a while.
First time, even all four together, I think.
Mm.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it is.
It's the first time that all four of you have been in the same room together. Yeah.
Yeah.
You've
In
met
fact,
them
I
both,
don't
but
think Ellie has
separately.
met Gil yet either.
No, she is not. Yeah.
Start crying. I'm gonna leave.
I'm not going to cry. Probably. Maybe.
Oh, look, there's there's the place right over there, and you see, it is obviously a converted warehouse. It's a small warehouse, but it basically has what looks to be like a ship's mast sticking out the top of it, a little bit off kilter, and just this like shredded sail flapping in the breeze there. Um, it's got obviously a bunch of like fish netting along the front on the windows there with the little bobber, the little floaty devices, everything else in it there. It has these green glass lanterns on either side of the door that are you can see kind of flickering in the light there. And as you approach there, it looks very clean. It just has a maritime aspect to it there. In fact, the door is very much out of place. It's a very weathered plank door that looks like it came off of a ship as well, the front door. And it has the round portcullis window in the middle of it. You walk up there, it opens up there, and it's even though it's sort of that lunch rush kind of thing there. There's a lot of people in here. It's very lively. You definitely smell the smells of alcohol and sizzling sizzling grill with like fish and meat and stuff on it there. You kind of smell it as you walk in there, but it's definitely a lively, friendly kind of place. You immediately can spot because Sora sticks out like a sore thumb. The blue scales and the shiny plate. Sitting at
I'll
a
be.
table
No, I'm
with
standing. I'm screaming for ale at this point.
great. So Gilder's kind of like a little bit intimidated being left here with the paladin, but he's kind of he looks over the direction. It's the second you guys walk in, he looks over you guys and smiles. Blonde half elf, kind of see him just kind of looking up there and smiling and seeing all there. You definitely see there's sort of a pause for a moment as the four of you are all kind of there now together, and it's pretty much going to be like uh not full on like rush in and hug, but there's definitely this like kind of happiness there. He's not overly like excitable, but at the same time he's just smiling and kind of like waves there. He does give you all three of you a hug.
Definitely give hugs out.
Yep.
I'll be like, maybe time for a new painting, hey Gildor? One without the fifth one.
He's like, that would be good. And you can see him at this, there's a little bit of a haunted look in his eyes when you mentioned painting.
Okay.
You've been to some bad places, haven't you?
Yeah, but you know what? We left them better than we found them.
That's good. That's good.
And we're still kicking. So, there's that.
I mean, some of the ones are kind of pretty, but there's also some really scary, dark places. A lot
Indeed.
of dark.
I'm sorry, Gildor. I know that
No, it's you made it out, right? I mean, you're all here.
Yeah.
I do appreciate it. I mean, it is good to see you all. And he sort of like smiles and takes a sip of his drink there. Thora, you got like pitcher of ale in front of you and tankards, and Kiva sits down on the bench next to Gildor and picks up her mug there, starts drinking, and
I'll pass one over to Grimbar.
I will explain to the others as well that Gildor, although he doesn't have some of the telepathic abilities that Alia and I and Kiva have, he, especially when there are strong emotions involved, he tends to have visions, and because he's an artist, he paints these visions, and obviously he's been with us but not with us when we've seen some of the more scary things that we've seen recently.
And it's clear to the rest of you, well, especially Amethyst and Lucas, he does keep glancing at Sora a lot.
Yeah.
I am pretty.
Little Miss Dead.
I'm not dead. I'm
No, not anymore.
not. I'm
Um,
undead.
Yeah, but he watched you die, and
I know.
he felt you die, and he felt what I felt when you died. So,
Well,
you know,
I don't know about that stuff. I know about
Yeah.
the he knows I died bit.
no, he gets the emotions though. He gets my emotions when he gets
And
our emotions. When
considering
we
how
kill him.
emotional Amethyst got in that moment there's no doubt
he
uh,
felt very sad and very angry and very upset and very
Well,
cross and very.
and he sort of like reaches over and kind of like grabs your hand, Amethyst, there, and just kind of like holds it for a moment there. Like, it's obviously all better now, so it is
you might
best not to dwell.
want
Yeah.
to keep a hold of her arm.
I don't think Keith would be very happy about that to you, and probably
No.
Elia as well.
I think
I mean,
I think that all of y'all might want to sit down for a second. We have a discussion to talk about.
Yeah, I felt like something was coming.
Yeah,
and
so you
Bueller, he's
know,
kind of clueless. He's like, huh? What? Okay.
I'm not
But
talking
What-
about that. I'll
what did he
walk
do?
away.
so Amethyst, you know I was arrested. And
I did.
Kiva said she was going to contact you, so I contacted Lucas to make sure that we all got here. Part of my condition of being set free and keeping everything is that we've got to take somebody to Dravier with us. 4 somebodies.
As long as Koresh isn't amongst them, it's all good.
Yeah, about that.
it's fresh.
It's him. Him and his
And
Goonies.
three of his crew.
You want to put me in the same place as him?
I think we need
You want to
to
put me and
teleport.
Elia in the same place as him?
I think we
Well-
need to teleport him there. Or take the airship. It all depends on what you guys, because I know that we want to go there anyways for what's her face.
Well, we don't want to take him at the same time as Delia, do we?
Well, why not?
Because she needs protecting, she needs keeping safe, and he's a very, very dangerous individual. And when I'm near him, I might be a very, very
Who is he?
dangerous individual also.
So
Oh.
this man that we're speaking of, he did some very not nice things to the group.
He hired the
he-
goblins who took down Addy. He got the vampires involved that nearly killed Sora and bit her on the boob. He was a horrible friend of Wraith's, trying to bring about the Dark King and everything else, and
he's
vile,
the reason
horrible
that
individual.
I got to figure out what the Feywild was like. But that
Huh?
all being said,
Huh?
if isn't he the reason we went to the Feywild?
That was a Koa.
We,
That was fun.
right, but
Yeah.
like, weren't we at the mansion where he was at?
Nope.
He was,
No.
different one. He
Nope.
was in the tower.
Yeah,
Oh,
he was
a different one. Okay.
Yeah, Mournhold Tower. He was up in Bilgewater for a while. You know that at one point there. So eventually, kind of comes out, and this is for Grim and for anyone else there listening there. You can kind of piece together the pieces here, but basically, Koresh, and the connection that'll be most interesting to you, Grimbar, is that Koresh was leading the pirates who were messing around with the North Sea, and so that's part of
I
what
figured that.
what you got to hold there is this. This is the guy who led the pirates, that were messing around up there. And Kiva, yes, we'll fill in that I was part of a crew that went in and found him. He was actually holed up on the north side of the Enlightened Isles in a big kind of this big cove place. Some groups there tracked him to that area and came to recruit some extra folks to go in and take him out, and that's what we did. We went in there, took out most of his crew, except for him, and we took him down and then captured him and 3 of his crewmates. There's I will say, Amethyst, he's a fighter type. I mean, he's not caster type there. He's a ranger. He's kind of scary strong. Uses a big nasty bow. Which I got. um,
Nice.
I could never ever pull that bow to save my life, but it's a nice little piece I'm gonna put over my mantelpiece someday to kind of commemorate taking down a nasty individual. But
So yeah, I think taking both of them at the same time isn't a bad idea, especially if we're teleporting, because it would all be done and said and over with. Or if we're going to airship it, and if we airship, then obviously we'll have to airship one and then teleport the other.
I
I
don't
just-
want him knowing anything about her.
who says he would?
Yeah, he'll
I
be
mean,
down in the ship's
he
hold.
was locked in a hole with a blindfold on, with a bag over his head and a gag in his mouth the whole way here.
And that's not going to change because he'll be in the same position when we get him on top of the airship or
Yeah.
when we teleport.
Yeah, he's not
But
he's,
that all depends on if Lucas can get us to Dravia today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
If we teleport, we can teleport straight to the prison in Draval and then teleport back to Fort Oris and then start our trip with the Duchess.
Oh, that's a lot of teleporting. I don't know if Lucas can do that. He's already done one today.
I can take us to Dravia because I've got the circle there.
As long as
So
you
do we
send-
want to take him first and then rest and then go back and get Delia?
Delia's not ready to go yet anyway, is she?
No,
Have
no.
a circle in Port Oris.
They were going to
Is
let us
it-
know when she
Yes,
was
we
ready
do.
to go, so that's not.
Is it a matter of whether or not she's ready to go, or a matter of whether we got to get her there quick because the Duchess is dying?
It's when they're ready for us to take her. She said she'd send note to us for us to do that. So we can't just go, okay, you're going today.
Elliot's like, wait, the Duchess is dying?
Yeah, you know this. I've told you. She's
Oh,
dying. Dahlia's taken over. Dahlia needs to be taken to Dravia to the king to be.
so you're gonna meet the king.
You're going to meet the king too. We're
Meet the king.
going. You're coming with us.
Right. Okay.
That's what I was telling you. He's family.
right.
Kind of sort
There's a
of.
lot to take in here all of a sudden. There's a lot
Yeah.
going on right now.
There is, yes.
I mean,
Tell me about it.
I'm not used to jumping halfway across the continent in a matter of seconds, and it's.
Which, by the
I
way,
guess,
how did you get here?
Never you mind.
No, no, no.
Elliot
Like,
kind of raises the hand there. Like, I can transport via a tree that's big enough. Yeah.
see, I knew. Okay.
You find a way to attune to something here so that you can come back here if you need to.
Oh, yeah. Obviously. I'll just
no,
use the.
I know. I'm sure you can teleport using the circle here.
Or the
Right.
park or whatever. Yeah, it's pretty much or the tree that you guys came through. So if you wanted something outside the city.
I think outside
Is
the
it-
city.
Is there a circle here?
Sorry, you don't know.
No,
Nobody know.
pretty
nobody-
sure like a lot of cities though, but it wouldn't hurt to ask.
Mhm.
So
Which you will, with some of you, those the knowledge of geography of the area at all here, this is the largest naval port. So the Garibon military has a large presence here. In fact, thinking back on it, as you're walking across the city there, you did see some actual like people in uniforms walking on the street here and there too, like basically people on shore leave or whatever. I mean, not like hundreds, but you definitely spotted some here and there that were fairly obviously in uniform. So we got. So let's all get this straight here. So you got someone to deliver to Dravier, and someone else to take to Dravier, but they're not ready yet. But this one is ready, so you could make a couple of hops back and forth, obviously. And check in to see how soon the other person in Port Oris needs to go there. So, well, we can. So my understanding is we have to meet with the military here to release the prisoners into your custody, so you can do with them what you need to do. And if it's a matter of teleporting to Dravier or flying to Dravier or whatever you need to do, we can make that all happen, right?
That's the goal.
Right.
I agree with Amethyst. I don't think we should put them both together.
No.
It wouldn't matter.
I don't
He
think the time
wouldn't see or be able to speak or be able to hear anything.
I mean, the timing of it sounds like the timing is getting Koresh there is more pressing than this other
Yep.
person.
Yeah.
So okay,
And
We can get
You know.
Koresh there soon.
I'm not going to put them in the same place and think, what could possibly go wrong? Because every time we think that, something goes wrong. And I'm not taking any risks with Delia. I'm not taking any risks at all. I made a promise that we were going to take her safely.
right.
And I'm not going to risk her safety in any way, shape, or form.
Well, and I can
Absolutely not.
say this. I mean, and so I mean, at this point, like, he was like, I'm not taking a trip to Dravier. This is as far as I'm going to go south. I don't really want to go back there, kind of ever again, really, at this point.
Understandable.
And yeah, she grew up there, and
I know.
and have recently found out that the person that basically helped to raise her is in on the whole
Evil.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I understand, but he's not there anymore. We know that he's not there. He's disappeared, hasn't he?
Oh, really?
Yeah. He's
Any
not
idea
there.
where?
Nope.
Well, that's
Yeah.
not worrying, but okay.
Yeah, but obviously there's, less of a reason to avoid Dravia, but it seems, I don't know. Seems silly to split up when we're all gonna just go. I don't know.
Well, I'm thinking, and looks over at Elia there. Maybe the three of us go up to Raven's Crest. You make the jump to Dravier, and then come back there when you're done doing your thing, and then we can make all our arrangements, get this person from Port Oris, and go back down. Or you all go back down.
Yeah. Okay.
That seems reasonable. Sure. The one person who's been, I mean, obviously, Esk is just sort of like like watching a ping pong right now, just like head back and forth between everyone talking and Grim. This is a nice place. You haven't been here before, but there's a wide mix of people here, and whereas like the Tancred and other places are sort of like kind of close in and kind of big there. This is just a wide sprawling space. Like this room is about 60 feet across. And there's just tables everywhere dotted across. There's probably about 100 people in here total. And there's still empty spaces around. There's one huge bar on the back wall that's literally like 30 feet long, and people are sitting across there. There's also a second bar off to the side that's only serving basically you just walk up and they're basically serving just tankards of ale. The main bar has like the full on like all the different liquors and drinks and things like that. So but you can go to either one there. There's no tables at the side one over here. You just walk up, get what you want, and take it back to your table. Or a serving person will come back and forth there. So there is a music that's somehow audible throughout the place, even with all the people that are in here talking. It's just sort of faintly audible from somewhere. You're not sure where, because the acoustics of the place, or there's something keeping the music there, just kind of there. But the one person who's, there's a lot of mixed emotions and everything else. And with this, you do see Gildor is quiet. And he finally just there's something there's something that's strange. And he
Yeah.
pulls out a set of like charcoal sketches. And normally he does like full paintings or anything else like that, but he puts them down, and it's the same scene, very quickly done, like just like scribbled charcoal sketch, and every one of them is an odd sort of like somewhat circular shape, but in the darkness, it's sort of like this kind of this dark like splotch on the paper. But in the darkness, you can see in the details of the scribbles inside of it there, some like slanted what look to be buildings, like partially collapsed, and in the center of it is a unmistakable dark figure with white hair, just standing in the center of the splotch. And he puts down like 4 of them. Each one is a different like shaped splotch. It's only ever been a short flash. Just but they can't block it out entirely, and I just start to draw and scribble, but I mean it's him, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean it's and Key will put a hand on his. He's not coming back. He's gone. You're just seeing something someplace. I know, but it's happened many times.
It's the rift. I'm having visions too.
And Grim, Elia, we look over you like, yeah, Rafe. He was the 5th one we were connected to, and he was a really bad person trying to do bad things. Quite a while ago, these guys, they put him down, and he's been gone. But
No rifts are opening.
so that's Shadowfell?
Yeah.
Well, then if his sorry butt comes back, then we just put him right back in.
Well, if
I
Harry
knew-
comes back, you tell us and you
Dude,
get the hell
yeah.
away from him as fast as possible.
I knew I liked him.
I mean, this is Kiva speaking that
Or-
sort of yeah. Look, I'm done being afraid of him. He's by himself. He doesn't have all of his backup and everything. And frankly, I know his secret. He's a scared, angry little boy playing with big powers. I can gut him faster than I can tear apart the fish on the platter over there.
With that new bow that you got that you can't pull out, right?
Well, I'm not going to kill him with the bow. It's like, and she sort of glances around there and just sort of like does just kind of like raises up her hand there, and a glowing orange curved knife just appears in her hand.
Ooh, I
And
want one
then,
of those.
and then
It's
she
not
just
a knife.
opens her hand up and it just fizzles away.
Mine doesn't do that.
Soul knife.
No. Yeah, she's a soul knight there. And so, yeah. And the funny thing is that it's the first time you actually draw it before, and you can hear it.
Mhm.
Like there's actually like a sensory static that happens when she pulls it out.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let him mess with anybody I care about again. So if he does show up, he goes down.
I'm glad you're done not being scared of him. I'm still a little bit scared of him, to be fair. It's the one thing that scares
I'm
me more
not-
than anything else.
I'm
Little
not
bit.
saying I'm
You're
not saying
paranoid about him.
I'm not
I'm
saying I'm
not
scared of him,
paranoid.
but I mean, I would say this. We've come a long way since we met him.
It just worries me that wherever he is, he might have made friends. He
Sure.
might come out with other people, or he might have found the Dark King for all we know. I don't know.
I doubt that. He wouldn't have to do what he did to do. He wouldn't have been doing what he was doing if he could just do it again. He went through a lot of effort. I don't think he just they were going through jumping through a lot of hoops to make that happen. It didn't happen. It failed.
There weren't rifts to the Shadowfell opening, then there were there. You could just step out. That's the one thing that scares me, is that he'll try and hurt any of you. That's my biggest fear. I won't be there, and I need to be there.
That's why we are all learning. That's why we all have friends and allies. And Elliot kind of like squeezes your hands, like, look, we can worry about it or deal with it. And frankly, he doesn't have the resources he had. He's not going to come after us. Or if he does, he's going to be a lot weaker than he ever was.
Okay.
His coin is gone. His weapons are gone. The allies are gone. And his last ally is sitting in a jail cell right now that you're going to deliver to the leaders of the military. Probably to face execution. Because we know he's a traitor.
Yeah, we know that when he was a ranger, he was getting people out of prison to do his dirty work for him. Breaking out prisoners.
Including someone that Sora put away
Yeah.
illegally.
Oh,
Allegedly.
yeah.
Allegedly.
Shit. Okay.
Sora didn't have the authority to have the guy arrested.
Allegedly.
Anyone can do a citizen's arrest, right?
Yeah, but
It's not the same.
effectively, yeah.
I was judge, jury, and executor, whatever you want to call it, and put him in jail.
Yep.
Allegedly.
Yep.
Allegedly.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was found not probable.
Not probable. What?
I don't know.
No one knows. None isn't.
Okay. So, some more drinks, some more food. Pass the time here. You guys look, visit and chat, and you'll find that there's a lot of Grim. Gildar actually unrolls a couple of paintings and sets them out there. One of them has just this vibrant purple like light everywhere, and you see the gemstones of the Violet Throne. And it's you realize looking at it there, you kind of see Lucas over one spot there, you see Sora over there, you even see Sutara back in one spot there, and you realize it's obviously from Amethyst's point of view from there. As there's a whole bunch of purple gemstone dragonkin with the glowing purple hands everywhere. Just that scene of fighting that you saw in there in the Violet Throne. You will see before the fight the Emerald Veil. It's a picture of the Emerald Veil on the pillars and everything else that before the actual fighting broke out. And he is the last one he brings out is of Zinkrell. Just looking out at the city. There are a couple of others, but these are the ones that I sort of picked up. And you realize looking at the ones in Zinkrell, it's looking back at the city from the gates from the underroads. So as if you're walking out of the underroads, looking at the city sprawled out before you.
There's no paintings of dragons.
I
3 dragons we've come up close and personal to, and Just nothing.
I don't have them all, and it was kind of coming along a little too fast and a little too. I couldn't get them all down,
Mhm.
and I think I had some sketches, because but I you're going through a lot so fast there,
Yeah.
um,
Mhm.
and I had to block some of it out, and
Are
I
they
couldn't do it
quality?
all. They're really good.
Maybe,
They're
maybe we'll
outstanding.
have to.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll have to take you to meet the librarian at one
Um,
point.
well,
Do you sell them?
I mean,
Yeah.
We've got
it,
in our house. We've got paintings. There's one
yeah,
of Elia and I sharing our
yeah.
first ever kiss, which he apparently witnessed. Which was a shock because the way we found out who he was is we walked into the art gallery and just saw the painting, and I'm like, wait, that what? Huh? What? What?
I
Huh?
I didn't know you were gonna be there even, so it was kind of a shock to me too.
Yeah.
I mean,
Also
And
where
then
we
sorry.
met
the
Going
my
other
back to it.
one
brother's
Sorry.
was
wife.
Yeah.
also a painting of all five of us with Wraith in there too, which is why I said we need an updated one without him on it, just the four of us. That would be nice.
It's always tricky, and I never quite figured out how to paint myself in these things. Um, it's strange because I can see myself sometimes through your eyes, and she glances like kind of side glances over Kiva. But it's just strange. Um, he's not giving the paintings out to you guys to keep there. He's just kind of showing the ones he did here. He's like,
Yeah.
I um, but I do have a sketch, and the image is so fresh in my mind that I've done a couple of sketches actually, and I'm going to do a full painting at some point here. But it does hand you, and you realize it's a sketch of a guide's room with not the fight, but the aftermath with just the skeletal dragon at rest.
Yeah.
Um, and he's like,
Aw.
he does kind of hold it out, and um, something I for now, I will be making a full size one when I have time, and but I've been traveling for a bit, and I did not have it's hard to paint on a ship.
I think this would be a nice thing for Sora, if that would be okay with you.
Yes, of course, and I said I will have a full version once I can sit down and really focus on it to do it.
Amazing.
There's so many. I I mean, you fought. There were giants,
No.
big ones with the kind of bluish skin.
They were large, yeah.
I that was a very confusing. I did not know what I was seeing when I saw that. I just saw what I thought were tree trunks, and it at one point looked up into see well
Did you see the T-Rex?
what?
We fought a T-Rex. The big dinosaur. That was fun.
um, I
Apple
don't know
in
if
the water.
I don't know if I saw it. I did not. I don't know what I'm seeing sometimes, so it's hard to
Yeah.
create the imagery, and if it's too strange, it's
Really
hard to.
big lizard.
Really
Oh,
big lizard.
I've heard of them. I do study books and pictures of various mythological and strange creatures of various places for reference and everything. So it is one thing I do a lot of in my free time. So, but and so the conversation will turn into just stories of where you've been, hearing the things we've done, um, uh, and kind of piecing together all of the kind of the various images that he had and the conversations that you'd had with Elia, what Kiva had heard about, and just what you guys have all kind of seen and done in the past little bit of time here. But you quickly lose track of time. It's evening before you realize it, and the dinner rush is starting to move in there, and you've had quite a bit to drink, quite a bit to eat, but there is obviously some pressing matters to deal with. So, but that could happen on the next day or whatever. Elia can't go back to Raven's Crest just yet. he doesn't have a way to get back there just yet. So, so I can take these with me tomorrow, and you take your prisoner to Dravier, and then we all meet up and figure out what's happening next, right? Okay.
Yep.
Are we
All
taking the prisoner today or tomorrow?
Can you do today?
Technically, yeah.
I don't know, because if we go there today and then go to Ravenscrest, they're gonna not be in Ravenscrest until tomorrow.
We'd have to
So-
rest, wouldn't we, Lucas?
No, I could do 2 jumps.
You did one already today to
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Raven's
Yeah.
Crest.
Yes,
You
I did.
did want to, but teleportation circle's only 5th level and teleport 7th, so he's got 1 7th, but he's obviously got multiple 2 or 3
Yeah.
teleportation circle. So if
So-
it's like Dravier or Portoris or Ravenscrest, wherever he's attuned to circles.
As long as we go into circles, I can do 4 jumps.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was thinking we'd leave tomorrow.
Okay.
That's up to you.
So,
If you want.
okay. So, as you plan for then finding a place to stay here for the night, you can kind of either there are rooms available here. As this is a second story place. There's a second story with some rooms out here if you want to stay here. As you guys kind of discuss what you're going to do here, you realize that somehow or other you missed Stora leaving.
I didn't.
No, I
Yeah.
whispered her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Thora, essentially, Thora, you still go to get a drink or use a privy, and then didn't come back.
Yep.
I'm
That's what it
assuming
looked like.
she's going to go talk to Tondra. She didn't say where, but she said she just needed a few minutes to herself. And I just said, "We'll wait for you here. Just don't get arrested again."
Okay. So, yeah. So rooms can be available. You guys can settle down and kind of figure out accommodations you want there. There seems to be a good number of rooms right now, so you guys can all get separate rooms set up there however you want, and settle in for the evening. Sora,
Yep.
as you walk out to, you kind of walk along where all the docks are, all the ships bobbing in the water there, the warehouse is off to the side there, and kind of head along the dock line until you get down to where the docks sort of end and trail down into the sand, and just walk out into the sand there, staring out at the ocean. The sky is sort of that weird, slowly turning purple because the sun is setting behind you, essentially. The sky ahead of you is getting darker and turning that purple and then blue and then kind of the full black with the stars up there. And it's just a ridiculous number of stars as you're looking out over the ocean, and there's no light that direction at all. Light's all behind you. And you're staring up at the stars there, and you just see you. At one point, a shooting star shooting across the sky, and just kind of feel you spent a lot of time down here. This is a place that quiet and relaxes where you grew up and everything else, and so you're looking out at the sky, and there's just this with each crashing wave. You the waves start to sound almost like slow, rhythmic breathing. Just kind of whoosh, whoosh. And you look up, and one by one, the stars start going out. Just blinking until the sky is almost entirely black. You look down, and the water on at your feet there, you can just the moon is still up there, and it's still bright enough there. Ioun is still slightly almost full right now, and it's sort of seeing the tide moving in and out there. And you look down there, the water has turned, it's red, dark, thick red. And you look on the horizon out there, and the stars gone, darkness ahead of you. On the horizon, there's just this like reddish glow that sort of flickers, and it looks like flames rising up along the horizon where the water meets the black sky. You stare, look around. You can't move for a moment. They're just sort of like stuck in this moment, looking here. And there's a the razor wave ocean is always cold. It's like cold
Hmm. Hmm.
and so seeing it on fire out there, just you start to feel a bit of heat, and the flames are sort of like keep like slowly getting brighter as they're moving closer. There's While the stars are gone, you start to see flickering shapes in the sky. Kind of look, and it's something like crosses the sky, and at first you think maybe it's a shooting star, but no, it's a glint of something red going that direction. There's a glittering dark something over here, just sort of like hovering for a moment. You can just see just something, and there's a glint of light off of black scales in the sky off to your right. And as you start to realize what you're looking at, what appears to be the form of massive dragons flying in the sky over a burning horizon. You hear a voice,
Of course.
not five voices, not the one voice you normally hear.
Hmm.
A vision, one returning to me now that my mind has come back. I can show more when my vision becomes more clear. There is danger. There is something coming. You and your allies must prepare. You must be ready and vigilant. And slowly, that you hear a rush of what sounds like massive wings, something flying overhead, and you look and you see that black draconic form swooping off to the side over here. And you blink, and the water is back to normal. The flames die down off the horizon, and the stars start to peek back into view, one at a time, just blinking into shape. You, it passes You don't see any more things in the sky. You don't hear any more beating of wings. And it slowly returns to what you normally would see at a coastal night in Shore Haven. One of your favorite spots looking out over the ocean. The rest of you, I'll let you decide where you're heading next as we check in here. So the rest of you finish off your drink. Eva and Gildor head off to a room that they share. Seems they already have one here. And the rest of you are kind of given the space. Elia still sits with you, so you Esk has wandered off to go get some more food and inquire about a room. Grim, you want the room too? Join with me. Oh, very good. All right then. And so he goes off and arranges a room, the 2 bunks there, so you guys can get a room there.
Tell him no snoring.
That's more your thing than mine. I don't think so. So, Lucas, Amethyst, you guys can get your rooms. And the place never gets quite as rowdy or lively as a Tumble Takered. It's just a lot of locals. There's a mix of sailors and soldiers in here. Warehouse workers and locals, a very mishmash bunch of people that are in here. They're all here to drink and eat food and just talk and have a lively time. But you're able to kind of, unless there's anything else you want to discuss, you're able to head to your rooms.
As I sent you a whisper, do you have a deity?
Who?
Who?
Lucas.
Oh.
No.
No.
Yep. Probably the closest thing, Lucas, that you would at least have would be like Aoun, Mistress of Knowledge, being a clerical bard of the College of Lore. But nothing you have ever really revered or spent time. If it's something you would have at least some knowledge of, the knowing mistress, the Lady of Lore, essentially. But other than that, yeah. Amethyst, Elia, just we're going to be parted again soon for a bit, but you guys can jump back and forth. It seems like so. I think you're gonna be okay. It's not a question. She says more of a statement.
Always.
We're gonna be okay.
Course.
They're gonna be okay.
Yeah, obviously. And we stay the night here, and then tomorrow we'll go to Dravia, and we'll come back to Ravenscrest.
Well, good.
Yeah.
4 of us can spend some more time hanging out together, and so you're off on your next grand adventure.
Definitely.
All right. Well, that sounds good.
Yeah. Did I mention we're gonna get a war soon?
I kind of had a feeling that was coming.
Yeah.
That's going to be interesting, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, I just like to think of it as I'm, Gildor's muse.
You do provide some interesting artwork there. I'm sure he'd like something a little less stressful, though, and a little more happy rather than scary or.
I mean, there was that
dangerous.
first kiss, to be fair.
Well, yeah. And
so, God knows what other visions he's had and not told us about.
Better we don't know, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
definitely. But he
Okay.
only ever gets these visions when there are lots and lots of emotions involved. So, you can only imagine.
Well, maybe he's off having visions of his own right now, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Lucas, your your minor orb flares to view. Once you're in your room, it's about a little while over there, and Alindra appears in the ball there. Like, I'm a little worried that we get a house and you're never there.
Well,
Harry Lucas.
I'll be there tomorrow.
Okay. Well, look forward to it, and bring some friends by. Obviously, I always like to see them all. And
Tomorrow you go to Dravia and Ravenscrest and Port Horace.
you can do all three.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, I probably need to come see this Ravenscrest who you're always around to. I've never been there yet.
Yeah, I can certainly bring you. You can spend time away from the shop.
Trust issues already.
I'm sure I can, but it's just you're always running around, and so I think while I'm not an adventurer, I'm no slouch when it comes to throwing spells around. So I'm not going with you on your adventures. I can tell you that right now. So, but a little bit maybe. So like,
Oh, we can keep in touch now. So a bit better.
this is good.
Yes.
Well, I look forward to it, and we'll see you soon, and we'll figure out what next steps we have going on here. I was kind of surprised, but this is good. So yes, we'll talk more soon. Good night.
Okay. Good night.
And Grim snores like a chainsaw. He is just like
Better than Eldon's clock, though. Let me tell you.
You swear that some sort of like wild animal crawled into the bed there and just started making noise over there. You were just drifting off, and all of a sudden that sound hits you. You're like full upright, daggers in hand.
I take my smelly boots that are silent, stick them over his face.
Poor Esk. He's not even
Like
here to defend himself.
Coughs and like snorts and kind of rolls off to the side there. The boots go clattering to the ground there, and he's a little bit quieter now because he's like now he's on his side or whatever, and kind of. But you guys all managed to get some sleep in Thora on the beach. This is the first time you slept out there.
Mm-mm.
Won't happen because I'm going to find her. If she's not coming back, I'm going to want to know where she is, when she's coming back, if she's been arrested again, what she's doing, if she needs me.
You wouldn't know. You're in the room with Elia.
If you don't respond, I'm coming out to find you. So you need to respond to my sending to let me know where you are and what you're doing, and if you've been arrested and what the hell you're playing at and why you're out there on your own.
So it depends on when your sending was, because if you did it during the
while you're sleeping,
while I'm sleeping.
No, before I go to sleep. Maybe after Elia goes to sleep, but before I do, I'll want to know where you are and why you haven't come back.
I'm probably asleep.
Yeah, so I don't think sending would actually go through when someone's asleep because they have to be aware.
Then I'll go out and look for her.
So now, you basically we get the fact that she's asleep. Like there's just there's no response because she's sleeping. I'm not gonna like.
That's annoying.
Unfortunately.
Yep.
I guess I'm having a point of exhaustion tomorrow then, because
you're not gonna sleep.
I'm not gonna sleep.
Okay. Well, that will be something to mark down there. But for whatever, Sora, you sleep well. Like I said, you slept on the beach a number of times when you were younger. There, it's kind of something you would kind of sneak away, just cuddle up on the warm sand there and let it cool, and just pass out. But with this being the worrywart you are, even though you're next to the woman you love and seeing your friends and everything else, you still stay awake all night long. Everyone else gets to sleep.
Yeah, because Gildo's little charcoal pictures didn't give me any reason to not have a restful night's sleep.
True. At some point, though, let me say this. Give me a wisdom save.
Okay.
We'll finish things off with that. Okay, perfect. I even said in my head I was going to say roll a 2, and you did. Awesome.
Good job.
Wow.
So what happens? So basically, you're worrying. At one point, Elia rolls over, just wraps her arm around you, and you just hearing the sound of her breathing and hearing her sleeping there, and just you can just very faintly the sound of the music and the crowd dies down, and though it's dark out there, you can just very faintly hear the waves on the shoreline. And as much as you fight it, as much as you worry, eventually you do fall asleep. It's not a full night's sleep, but you definitely eventually get to sleep. And as resisting sleep with Elia curled up there is just a little bit too hard, and the quiet
soft
and
and
the
fluffy.
waves, and you eventually drift off into a just completely dead sleep, like just darkness, and you are just out. And we'll pick up in the morning tomorrow, next time, and go from there. So, as always, folks, if you're watching out there now in the future, hope you enjoyed. A lot of stuff, happening, setting things up there, and a new vision for Sora from a new source, as something is out there. But next time we'll pick up from there and keep going and see where things take us. We'll meet Koresh for the first time officially, as you've never actually seen him before in person, and see how that plays out. And well, that's what we'll be. So thanks again for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out with us. Love having you here with us. And as always, if you're looking for games, check out the link below. Glad you were here. Next time, drinks are on us. See you later. Have fun, folks. Bye.